Welcome to the Leadership Summit Singapore 2022. Hello, good morning everyone. How are we all feeling? One more time, shall I go back and come back again? Hello, Miss Sun. All right, how are we all feeling this morning? Good? It's fabulous to be together in a room, isn't it? As I was just thinking to myself, hello, Junie, as I came this morning, I said to myself, I've not been in a room where so many people were unmasked. It's been 2.5 years since I've seen people's whole faces. Hello, Richard. We've spoken many, many times, but it's so difficult. Sometimes I look at people's eyes and I know instantly who they are, and then they take off their masks and I go, gotta think a bit. Now, who am I speaking with now? Okay, so lovely to be here. Lovely to be able to see you guys all together. And I know that you've had a great time meeting each other. I was just telling the crew, you know, it's so difficult to get people to sit. You've got to lower the lights, or switch them off, and then people all quickly find their way to their seats. It's like being in a cinema, right? Okay. So first up, I would just like to say, on behalf of our hosts, Family First Global, Family First Singapore, and the Leadership Summit Planning Committee, I'd like to welcome each and every one of you to 2022's Leadership Summit 360 Singapore, Transformational Leadership in Challenging Times. My name is Susan Ng, and I'm delighted to be here. Thank you, Richard, for the invitation. I'm happy I could make it at least this morning to see, first of all, so many familiar faces, even though from afar, and to see you all gathered here today indeed is a delight as well. I'm happy to be here with each of you to be able to embark on this journey. It's a journey of discovery, a journey of learning, and a journey of getting to know ourselves and each other, perhaps all over again. And it is a journey to learn how to be a transformational leader for our organizations, for our communities, but more importantly, I think it's for our families, because if we have happy families and people happy who live with us, I think we're much better employees, employers, neighbors even. And we're joined today by some of the best known and most respected leaders regionally and abroad, and they're going to guide us. They're also going to empower us through a dynamic series of speeches and discussions. We also have a Family First community from around the world joining us today. If you all want to turn around, there's a camera at the back of the room. You can all wave and say hello to all our Family First community who are joining us from their homes. We welcome you. We say good morning, good afternoon, good evening, whichever part of the world you are today. But we are happy and delighted indeed that you're able to log on to be with us. So once again, we welcome you and we thank you for making time to join us today. I'd like to start off the morning by introducing you to someone I'd met quite some time ago. I don't know if Ambassador remembers me. Always say that, you know? No, but I'm kidding. I had a very, very nice conversation. Ambassador, if you remember, some years ago, you were in Singapore, and I invited him into my studio. I work on radio for a living, and he had come in and had a really, really nice chat with me on radio, and till today, I remember that conversation. So really delighted to be able to see you in person again today, Ambassador. And we're going to start off our luncheon today with me introducing luncheon session first speaker, Ambassador Gregory Slayton. Ambassador Slayton is a former US ambassador and Ivy League professor of leadership and also a Silicon Valley venture capitalist. Ladies and gentlemen, Ambassador Slayton.
Oh, wait a second, I got to give you a hug. Come on up.
Now we can hug, I forget that.
I'm an American. So we're going to give a big hug. Thank you so much. What a blessing. What a blessing to be here in
No,
Singapore.
it's such a blessing to be able to see you again. After that interview, I've always wondered, will I ever see Gregory again? So here we are, and I'm really happy.
Hopefully, God's will,
We'll
you'll
see
see
it.
me many, many times.
Wonderful.
Right?
I look
'Cause
forward to that.
I love Singapore.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. And thank you, one and all, for joining us today. It's such a pleasure to be here, see so many dear friends. You know, we really love Singapore. I was almost the U.S. ambassador to Singapore. It's a long story. We ended up being in Bermuda, which was a great place. But I still hope someday I'll have that opportunity. So I want to just say thank you to everyone who helped make this possible. Obviously, I want to start with our planning committee, my co-chair, Richard Hune, who is a great brother, and we're so thankful for his help. Obviously, the entire planning committee, the staff. I think many members of our staff have been working for the last 7 days without any sleep at all. It looks easy to do this kind of thing, but it's actually not at all. So we're really thankful. Thankful to our great speakers, especially I want to point out the Minister of State. Thank you so much for joining us today. Really appreciate that. We really appreciate you, and we appreciate the government of Singapore. And I'm going to reference in my short remarks Lee Kuan Yew, who is a great example of transformational leadership. And those of you who are my age remember what Singapore was in 1965, right, and what it is today. And that's transformational leadership. So I also want to thank our sponsors and our table hosts. I'd like our diamond sponsors to stand up if you would be so kind. I know we've got OUE and Sea Oil and AAG. Hey, Glenn, that means you, brother. You got to stand up. Jackie, come on, to stand up, please. I want to thank you guys. Brian, thank you. And Jack is here somewhere. There's Jack. Outstanding. Now, I want to point out that these are the kind of transformational leaders we're talking about, okay? Men and women who are committed to more than just their pocketbook, their power, their fame. Those are things that are not worthy of our goal. They're not worthy of our sacrifice as human beings, right? Transformational leadership is of setting a vision for your family, for your corporation, for your organization, for yourself, that is a noble vision, something that inspires, something that unites. And these guys have done that. So thank you so much. Appreciate that. Hey, I'd like all of our sponsors and our table hosts to stand up. All of our sponsors, that includes you. Yes, brother, come on. Our tables and our table hosts and sponsors, please stand up, because we got a bunch of corporate sponsors, bunch of table hosts. Please. Thank you, Christian. Thank you, brother. Appreciate that. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. And again, let me tell you, something like this doesn't happen without partnership. You know, the planning committee, the sponsors, the staff, right? The hotel has been great, the minister and her team. It doesn't happen without partnership. And so I just want to thank everybody. And I want to thank the millions of people who are joining us on the live stream and via our global broadcast partners. We're very thankful that you're with us today. So let's jump right into transformational leadership. I've got a few notes here. I might have to put on my glasses because I'm of a certain age. And let's just talk a little bit about transformational leadership. I'm going to leave it to Dean Burney, who is a true academic and a wonderful friend. And some of the panel discussions later on are going to really talk about transformational leadership in some detail. But I am more of a how do you get it done type of guy. So I'm going to really focus on why we want to be transformational leaders and how can we become transformational leaders. Now, can everybody hear me okay? Audio in the back? Good? Okay. You know, I teach at Harvard Business School, and we have rooms not quite this big, but it's the people in the back in the sky deck, right? Those are the people you got to keep your eye on as a professor, because those are the folks that are always giving you trouble. So the guys in the back, I'm watching you very carefully. Right? So I always say, wherever I teach, I always say that learning is a team effort. And the truth is, it's not important what I teach. It's not even important what I say. The only thing that's important today is what you learn, what we learn together. And that's the whole reason that we're doing this, that we can learn together how to become better leaders for our companies, for our churches, for our organizations, for our government entities, and yes, for our families. So let's really talk about that in some detail. I am a professor at some of the world's finest universities. I've had the chance to, I teach leadership at Harvard and Stanford and Peking University and a few other places. Haven't had a chance to teach at NUS, but I'm working on it. And one of the things that my mentor, John McCain, former US Senator, always said is, Gregory, don't forget, leadership is destiny. At first I thought, no, that's clearly overstating it. But actually, John was right. The future of a company or a country or a team or a church or a family depends on leadership, right? This great hotel, OUE, is a fantastic company, wasn't built by accident. It was built by leadership, right? And that's what we're going to talk about today. And by the way, some people might say, well, that's kind of overblown, Gregory. There's so many other factors. And yes, there are other factors. But again, let's go back to Singapore. Let's go back to Lee Kuan Yew, 1965. A lot of you are too young to remember, but Singapore didn't have any natural resources, didn't even have enough water to supply its own people for more than 3 days. Okay? Lee Kuan Yew came in with the noble vision, noble character, and a lot of guts, a lot of courage. He transformed this island nation from one of the poorer nations in the world to one of the richest nations in the world. And it's not just about finances. As we were speaking with the minister earlier, a government that honors family, a government that honors, multi-ethnic, multi-racial, multi-religious society. It's a wonderful, wonderful thing. So yes, leadership is destiny. Now, there are many different styles of leadership, and each can be effective in different situations, okay? But I strongly believe, having studied this subject for 30 years, that transformational leadership is the most effective long-term leadership style. And you can look at many of the men and women in world history who have transformed their countries or even their nations. And I think of Mahatma Gandhi, right? I think of the Reverend Martin Luther King, right? I think of Lee Kuan Yew. I think of George Washington, our first president. You know that George Washington, the army, when he defeated the British, which by the way was a miracle, the army asked him to be the king of America, literally wanted him to be the king of the United States of America. He turned it down flat. He said, that is not what we fought this war for, to have another king. We fought this war to have a democracy. In the words of Abraham Lincoln, a government for the people and by the people. George Washington set the tone, set the vision for the United States of America, that despite all our flaws and all our warts and all our mistakes, and we made a lot of them, still remains a vision that guides our country forward. So when you look at transformational leadership and what it really means, it is powerful. And I personally go back to the person I think is the most powerful transformational leader in history. And many of you know I'm talking about a Jewish carpenter, right? From a nowhere town, born out of parents weren't even married. They had no money, nothing, right? 2,000 years ago. Now that guy, right, he was a servant, right? And he said himself, he did not come to be served, but to serve and to give his life for many. That is the hallmark of transformational leadership. Not what I can do for me, but what I can do for others. And Jesus, he showed us that. So let's talk about how we can be great transformational leaders. And I want to begin with a very, very important statement. Some of you might not believe this, okay? But I want to tell you, you can be a great transformational leader. Some of you might say, no, I wasn't born in the right circumstances. I didn't go to the right college. I didn't go to college at all or whatever. It doesn't matter. That doesn't matter. What matters is that God has given you the ability to be a transformation leader in your circumstance. Now, that might not be as the head of one of the world's biggest corporations, that as Pat Gelsinger, we're going to hear from him in a little while, right? That might be at your church. That might be in your community group. That might be in your family. But you have the opportunity, in fact, I would state it even more clearly, the responsibility to become a transformational leader for whatever area of responsibility God has given you. So how can we do that? What is it about transformational leadership, and how can we become better transformational leaders? Obviously, in a short talk like mine, we're not going to get to the end, right? But we're going to begin. And I really do hope this is another step in our joint leadership journey. I'm going to learn, I personally am going to learn a great deal from the panelists, from the minister, from Richard, from Pat, because they are great leaders who themselves have learned many leadership lessons. You get to my age, you made a lot of mistakes. At least I'm speaking for myself personally. So I want to help us to take that next journey of transformational leadership. And what are the three things that really are the hallmarks of transformational leadership? So first of all, a beautiful thing about transformational leadership is it brings the group together, right? One of the biggest problems for a leader is that the team, by definition, has different definitions of success. They want to go different directions, even a family. In my book, Be a Better Dad Today, I talk about a noble family vision. And let me commit to you that that is super important for every family. Otherwise, the mom's going this way, the dad's going this way, the kids are going this way, right? But a noble family vision brings it together, right? Brings it together, unifies the team. And the first thing we must start with is our life vision. Right? What is the vision? What is the goal that you have for your life? Let me just submit to you, it is not enough to say, I want to be a billionaire. I'm from Silicon Valley. I know a lot of billionaires who are very unhappy because they let other things in their life go. They're divorced, their kids are in therapy or maybe in jail or whatever. That is not a good trade. So just to say, I want to be rich, that is not a worthy life goal. I am a professor, and I'm going to give you some homework. Homework number 1. This week, I ask you to start writing your noble life vision, right? Whether you're 25 or 45 or 65, it doesn't matter. You still got a long time to go. Write your noble life vision. Share it with your spouse. Share it with your loved ones. Make sure it's something worthy of the next 10 or 20 or 30 or 40 years of your life, right? Make sure it's worthy, right? Something that you can really say, yes, when I get to the end of my life, if I can do these things, if I can be this type of person, right, that'll be good, right? You need a family vision, right? Again, that's something you want to work on with your family, right? You need a vision for your company. If you're the CEO, you need a vision. You need a noble vision. And Pat's going to talk about that today. Even without even knowing about it, I saw we hadn't even talked about it, and he's talking about noble vision. So the vision is very, very important, right? Because as the Bible says, without vision, the people perish. Without vision, without a roadmap, knowing where we're going, where are we going? Right? We're wandering around in circles. Or we're chasing some phantasma. We're chasing what the Bible calls an idol. right? Something we think is going to make us happy. Become a billionaire. If I could only be a billionaire. If I could only own a Maserati. If I could only whatever it is, right? But those are all ghosts. You chase them down, it's not enough. It's not enough. So, noble life vision, noble family vision, noble vision for your church. You look at CCF. Dr. Peter Tanchi is here with us today. Fantastic leader of a fantastic church, right? Didn't happen by accident. Noble vision. But let me say something else. A noble vision itself is not enough. We have to demonstrate what I call a noble character, right? A noble character. So noble vision, noble character. And what do I mean by that? I don't mean perfection. No one is perfect. Just ask my kids, or even ask anybody who knows me. Right? I make mistakes all the time. But the point is, as a leader, if we say to our team, and by team, it might be a sports team, it might be a family, it might be a company, it might be a church, but if we say to our team, here's the vision, here's what we want to do, here's what we want to be, we as the leaders must be the ones to personify that vision. We must, right? Otherwise, it's called hypocrisy, and that doesn't work very well. We must personify that vision. We must show people through our actions, virtuous, hopefully, our noble actions, that this is what we believe. This is what we are, right? This is the type of company we are. This is the type of family we are. This is the type of organization we are. You know, and that is so important. I've heard Jack talk about his company and how he wants to allow each one of his employees to rise up and to be leaders in their own right. That is a wonderful thing. As transformational leaders, it's not about my glory, right? It's about the team. And so a noble vision is number one, noble character. And again, I'm not talking about perfection. Perfection is not possible in this world except for one person, right? But having, the noble vision, the noble character, and let me say one more thing, because there are three things that are required. And the third is courage. Courage. Noble vision, noble character, and courage. Some people call it faith. I personally call it guts. Guts. Nothing is accomplished in life without guts, right? Nothing. You don't start a great church, and we've got my dear friend, Pastor Kevin Grove from Gateway. Gateway Jessica is a huge church in America, and it's a church that has impacted nations around the world for good, right? It took guts to found that church. It took anything that happens in life takes courage. I'll tell you the honest truth. About 3 months ago, we were talking about this event right here. And I said to some of my closest partners, I said, guys, it's too much. We can't do this. It's just overwhelming. Family First is a relatively small organization. Yeah, we're around the world now, but we're not big, right? And I said, it's too much. And my partners rallied and said, no, Gregory, we can do this. We can do this. And I said, praise the Lord. We can do this. Let me tell you, guys, set your goals high. Have a noble character as best you can, a virtuous, a person that people want to follow. Let me tell you the secret. Secret is everyone wants to have a boss who is a person, who is a noble boss, who is a virtuous boss. Right? Who treats others with respect and kindness. Everyone wants that. So let's be that kind of boss. Let's be that kind of leader. Let's be that kind of mom and dad. All right? And then third, let's have courage. Right? To whatever that goal is, make sure it's big enough. Because I'll tell you another secret. For those of you who are people of faith here, I just want to share with you a great secret. We serve a great God. We can dream, as Hudson Taylor always said. Hudson Taylor, some of you know who that is. It's one of my heroes, okay? Hudson Taylor, greatest European missionary to China in history, right? Unbelievable man. He said, we can dream big dreams because we serve a big God. Now, let me tell you, if you're not a person of faith, that's totally okay. That's how I started the first 21 years of my life, right? But I do want to challenge you to think about that, right? Because God loves you as much as he loves me. So 3 things required for us to be great transformational leaders. A noble vision for ourselves, for our families, for our companies, for our churches, for our organizations. Noble vision. Number 2, noble character. And that's not something that happens overnight. No baby is born with noble character. Baby's born, as every mom knows, me, 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 me. This is the only word they know, you know? But over time, we can be transformed into the noble leaders that we can be. And finally, courage. I just want to encourage you to be courageous, right? Take chances. Go out and try, because we serve a big God, right? And he wants us to do great things. We're very thankful. We're very thankful for you. We're very thankful for, again, everyone who has joined us online, the millions of people who've joined us online. We're thankful for our wonderful audience. I'm excited about this program. As you probably know, one of our keynote speakers, Pat Gelsinger, has COVID. I spoke with him this morning. He's going to address us. He was going to be here in person, but he's going to address us live from the screen, and he hopes to get to Singapore in the next 6 months and meet everybody personally. But I'm excited about today. I'm excited about the journey of transformational leadership. And I want to thank each one of you for joining me in that journey. Thank you. God bless you.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much, Ambassador. And that's the book I spoke with him about, Be a Better Dad, today. He did a great job. Had a lovely time speaking with him. I'm going to dig that book out to read it again so I can be a better mom today. Same theories apply. And I do like what he said about courage. You may have a vision, you have a plan, you've written it all down, but it takes courage to do the right thing. It just takes courage to even wake up and get out of bed and be a better mom or dad or spouse or friend today. Our next speaker is for whom I met actually in the last, 2 years or so, well, maybe 3+ years or so. See, I wear out microphones really quick. It's my third. It's not even wanting to work for me now, so it's part of my job. And I met Gregory, actually. This was, I don't know, maybe 3 or so years ago, but we've always spoken only on the phone, and on Zoom, and all because of, what happened over the last 3 years. So I'm happy that he is able to be here today. I'll get an opportunity to meet him as well. Ladies and gentlemen, to introduce our keynote speaker for this morning, Mr. Gregory Vijayendran, who is immediate past President, Law Society.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, friends, honored guests, both in person and online. I'm surprised that Susan described this as a keynote, because this is meant to be the bridging segment where I will have the honor to also introduce our guest of honor. I'm very grateful to 2022 Leadership Summit Singapore 360 co-chairs, Ambassador the Honorable Gregory Slayton and Richard Hoon, 2 very outstanding leaders that I've had the privilege to know and to work with. And I'll just share a few words about my late dad, and then followed by my introduction of our guest of honor. My late father, Reverend Daniel G. Murthy, had pastored a church in Sramban and was promoted to heaven in April this year on Resurrection Monday after several years of battling dementia. I learned a lot personally from his example of care and concern for others and pouring out his life sacrificially. It was not unusual for me to see him counsel and pray with one person or one couple for the entire day, you know. And it's an example of really a drink offering being poured out. And, you know, some of the things that Gregory shared was really very resonant for me. It was this people-invested approach, this premium on considering the interests of others above his own that inspired and encouraged me. And so, Dad, if you're watching, this tribute is for you. It is more blessed to give than to receive, to give our time, talent, and treasure to another to make a difference. And I know many of you who are present, fathers, leaders, exemplify that. It is this torch of compassion that passed on to us as children. My sister Sharon, who actively serves in her church in Kuala Lumpur, and for myself, pro bono in law and social service in Singapore. This is the power of a father's leadership and legacy. And may leaders and fathers present turn your hearts towards your children, whoever they are, in accordance with Malachi 4 verse 6. I'm now going to take the opportunity to introduce our guest of honor for this event. So this is, the prelude to words of wisdom. And we're very, very honored this morning for this luncheon to have the Honorable Minister Sun Xueling. Minister Sun is currently Minister of State for Social and Family Development as well as Home Affairs. Prior to entering politics, Minister Sun had a breadth of working experience, particularly in banking and finance, having worked at the Economic Development Board, DBS Bank, Temasek International, Deutsche Bank AG, and Macquarie Securities. She graduated from the National University of Singapore with a Bachelor of Social Sciences in Economics, later completing a Master of Science with Merit in International Political Economy at the London School of Economics. Encouraged by her grandmother, she first started giving back to society in 2001 while studying in the National University of Singapore. Before her candidacy was announced for the general elections in August 2015, she had already been very actively involved in grassroots activities in Buona Vista since her university days and had been advocating women's and mothers' rights. After her maiden election as parliamentarian in September 2015, she served as the Chief Executive Officer of Business China from 1st November 2015 to 20th May 2018. Minister Sun is a married mother of 2 daughters. Minister Sun and I have actually interacted in several capacities as the former Law Society president with Minister over the Women's Charter amendments, and then more recently in her MSF capacity, wearing my National Council of Social Services hat. But what struck me, listening to her speak on various occasions, is her sincerity and depth of thought. In one Q&A on leadership that I had the privilege to listen to, I was struck at the level of thoughtful perception that went into her answers. And honestly, it was the best fielding of Q&As that I've ever heard. And so her combination of charm, winsomeness, and a strong intellect is a rare package. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together in the usual way to join me in welcoming our guest of honor to speak to us on her insights on leadership.
Dear Greg, you embarrass me. Far too kind, far too kind. Ladies and gentlemen, Ambassador Slayton, Mr. Hoon, I'm really delighted to be here this morning amongst friends, amongst many familiar faces that I've been seeing over Zoom. So happy to see that there is a second half to your bodies. And for us to gather here today to talk about a very important topic, transformational leadership. We all know that the past 2 years has been extremely difficult for everyone due to COVID. And we may have come from different industries, countries, and backgrounds, but we're all gathered here today with a common goal to discuss and learn from one another this very important topic of leadership. This year's theme, transformational leadership, in challenging times is an apt and relatable one. We have all recently experienced challenges due to COVID-19. In the last 2 years, many families have encountered financial, emotional, health stressors, and in Singapore at the national level, I think all of us have become so accustomed to seeing our ministers line up in a row to give their, at one point, almost weekly reports about how we are doing. And tough decisions had needed to be made, often with imperfect information, circumstances that change hour by hour, data coming in. And throughout that process, I would like to thank especially fellow Singaporeans in our midst for your trust in our leadership then. And I hope that on most counts, you feel that the government has done its best by you. It wasn't easy, I guess, for the ministers then to decide on such difficult situations involving life and death. And we all know it was an evolving situation hour by hour. They tried their very best. 2 years on, I think we are now gradually stepping out of the shadows of COVID. We are gathered here today, we are no longer wearing masks. Yes, that's a very perceptible shift. And I think we are all looking forward to the next phase, next journey onwards together. Apart from the political leaders, there are many leaders amongst you who have played a critical role during COVID-19. You had guided your organizations during the most difficult of times. You have had to adapt your businesses to take into account changing business realities. You had to adjust workplace arrangements to keep your employees safe. You had had to rally your employees and forge a path forward when the path was still dark and uncertain. And I'd like to thank you for your leadership during those difficult and trying times, for keeping faith, for having faith, for shouldering that heavy leadership burden, for your courage, to use the words of Ambassador Slayton. We also know that there are new challenges in the horizon with uncertain geopolitical situations, disrupted supply chains, inflationary pressures, and our world will also continue to face rapid and unprecedented challenges such as that brought about by climate change and technological disruption. And addressing all these challenges and seizing new opportunities will require strong leadership. Leaders who are not bound by precedents, who are willing to learn, transform processes, reskill employees, bring them together. Another phrase that Ambassador spoke about. Bring them together, move forward together. At a time when the path perhaps is not well defined. And we'll have to find that courage and that wisdom to move forward together, having trust in each other. So each of us will have to choose the right approach for our unique circumstances, our sectors, and our teams. And the demands on the leader will continue to be great. So how can we do our best? By our people, and for company leaders, by and for your employees. There is a saying that a leader is only as good as their team, and the often cited African proverb, if you want to go fast, go alone. If you want to go far, go together. So I think we all recognize that leadership is not about me, but about the we, and that people-first mindset is critical and crucial. Stephen Covey wrote that people should be seen for their potential, motivations, talents, and human nature. They should be seen as whole people, as opposed to being viewed as things to be controlled or as a means to an end. And I must say that employees feel it and they know it. They know it when their bosses or their employers respect them and see them as whole people. Stephen Covey also advocates a trust and inspire approach which brings people together as opposed to the traditional command and control style. And this trust and inspire leadership style empowers people, encourages mutual trust, collaboration, and support to blossom within the workplace, which will bode well for productivity, business results, and very importantly, happy people, happy workers. I'd like to share my personal experience, and I'm sure we'll all have our own individual stories to tell, and I'm looking forward to conversations later this morning. As a Member of Parliament, I work a lot, mostly with volunteers, to provide services which are beneficial to the community. Now, volunteers are not paid, and they volunteer only if they believe in the work that they are doing, see it as a mission, and feel that they are making a difference. They also volunteer when they feel like a valued member of the team and trust their leader. Ambassador earlier had talked about, he used the term noble character. In Singapore lingo, we call it walk the talk. Yeah, but we mean basically the same thing. Yeah? Because I work mostly with volunteers, I often find myself having to articulate a vision, to clarify the mission statement, and develop plans that inspire volunteers and give them a sense of ownership. Because only then will they feel motivated to pull together their resources to accomplish the mission. Now imagine if on a day-to-day basis we are all running organizations where we are not able to incentivize workers through pay and promotion. What approach will you then take to motivate them to put in work hours? I should also think about the women. So how will we motivate them to put in work hours? How will we encourage them to work together to achieve the company mission? And how would we inspire them to follow us on our vision? It helps if we are clear in our minds about what we hope to achieve and what our personal and company missions are. So I come back to what Ambassador said. Just now when Ambassador was speaking, I was like, oh dear, it sounds like my speech is a copy of his. And we haven't actually compared notes before. But I think it goes to say what the underlying important fundamental principles of transformational leadership are. I'd like to talk about Mr. Bob Buford. I don't know how many of you may have read his book, Halftime. It was transformational for me, transformational. He asked, if there was only one thing you could take from a box and that would define your life, what would that be? I've often found myself asking myself that question. And Bob Buford, his blessed soul, he had written about a simple reflection exercise that can help us think about what our life mission is. First, set aside time to make lists of things that you are committed to. This can be a list of slogans and statements that you resonate with, along with a list of things that you would like to do. Once you are done, read, reflect, share your list with your close ones, listen to what they have to say, then put the list away. Take a week to think about what you love to do most, and in the following week, start a new list with the words, My Life Mission, at the top. I find myself doing that very often. I'm not too sure I was supposed to do it every day, but somehow I think I forget my life mission after, because it can change and all sorts of things come along, you know. We're all so busy, and sometimes we see that the unfortunate thing is that we sometimes deal with the things that are urgent. But when we deal daily with things that are urgent, we forget what our life mission is. So I have often found myself doing this exercise, waking up early in the morning, getting a piece of pen and paper and writing down what are the really significant things to do. My life mission. Bob Buford, when he wrote this, had wanted to help readers who were at the halftime of their lives. But what he wrote need not only be applied at the halftime of our individual lives. For organizations that have come to crossroads, as leaders, perhaps we can also ask ourselves and our organizations the same questions. What are the list of things that we are committed to doing? What would we like to achieve in the next phase? Let us take some time off, talk to stakeholders, and start with a new list with the words, our company mission on top. At the same time, I think we need to recognize new realities, which is that post-COVID-19, many workers around the world are not looking at work the same way they look at it as before. I was talking to some young volunteers, and they asked me, have you seen the TikTok videos on quiet quitting? I don't know whether they're trying to tell me something. They are no longer looking at jobs and work the way they used to. They are looking for purpose and meaning in their lives and jobs. And we need to acknowledge this new paradigm. So even as we clarify our personal and company missions and communicate that as a vision and bring our workers and employees along, we will also have to transform workplaces so that they complement what our employees are trying to achieve in their personal lives. Through COVID-19, I think many employees, for all of us here today as well, I think we have come to appreciate the little things in life, little in inverted commas, because these are actually not little at all. Family relationships, health, personal happiness. There is a greater emphasis on the family because many came to realize during the pandemic that the family is the safe harbor for many of us. And when we feel down or where we need to be affirmed, many of us go back to our families to find affirmation and to find the strength to carry on. I have 2 young girls. Greg kindly mentioned them earlier in his remarks. And my 2 young girls are my frontline supporters through life's ups and downs. And I'm absolutely sure that I'm a better person because of them. I'm acutely aware that my success as a person and my significance as a person is only possible because of the support that I receive from my loved ones, my family. And this comes back to the importance of family first work. And I'm looking at dear Richard right now. Family First focuses on strengthening families through workshops and seminars, training programs, mentorship programs, and media outreach. On something as important as Family First, there is always more to do, right? More that we need to remind people about the importance of family. I'm heartened to learn that Family First has reached out to over 5 million families worldwide and would like to take this opportunity to thank the team for bringing us together for this conference and also our online audiences. This year's Family First Summit is especially meaningful as it coincides with Singapore's year of celebrating SG families. The year of celebrating SG families is a whole of society movement which celebrates the importance of our families and which strives to improve relationships between couples and family members. The Singapore government has often articulated its family-centric policies. And indeed, we have a whole suite of policies and initiatives in many varied areas, but they all come together to help encourage family formation. Housing, education and preschool, healthcare, social and financial support, to support and journey alongside families across all chapters of their lives. More importantly, the government continues to uphold families as the bedrock of our society. And our policies on family and marriage will continue to be strengthened in line with the norms and social values of our society. But it is not just what the government can do. In recognition of the new aspirations of workers, leaders like yourselves from all different industries and domains, we hope that you can also work with the government to help us promote family-friendly workplace cultures as it helps everyone to achieve better work-life harmony. I understand that Richard's going to be talking about happy workers, happy family members, so I'll leave that part to him. I wouldn't copy your speech so that we don't end up repeating ourselves. But I think there's a lot that we can do to promote family-friendly work cultures. So teleworking or working from home, that has become prevalent during the pandemic. It's presented an opportunity for leaders and employees to build greater trust with one another and to feel more empowered during work. So post-pandemic, flexible working arrangements are now the norm for many workplaces, and the government supports organizations in implementing flexibility in the workplaces, and we will continue to work on entrenching flexible workplace arrangements as a norm post-COVID. And for those of you with a presence in Singapore, we hope that you will support this by adopting the tripartite standards on flexible workplace arrangements as early as possible. As we lead our organizations and communities towards a more family-friendly future, let us also not forget to do our part as family members ourselves. At the end of the day, it comes down to individual members like yourselves and I to take the first step to choose to prioritize family time. And this can be as simple as setting aside time to listen to one another, support each other, or committing to family meals so we can be present with our loved ones. I'm heartened that we are seeing progress towards building a culture that celebrates and supports family life, but sustaining this will always be work in progress, and that's why we're very grateful to Family First and your work. And let us continue to work together to build on this momentum beyond the year of celebrating SG families for many, many more years to come. And through today's summit, I hope that we can share and learn from the varied experiences of fellow leaders and leverage on each other's strengths. I'd like to also make a special mention about the Alliance for Action to Strengthen Marriages and Family Relationships. Many of you may have already been involved in discussions that we've been having around the Alliance for Action. It brings together stakeholders, community partners, and Singaporeans with a collaborative spirit to co-create and implement solutions to strengthen marriages and families. We have engaged over 600 Singaporeans to explore how we can jointly act to strengthen families, and my ministry, the Ministry of Social and Family Development, will build on the valuable insights from all these various interactions to develop a document that will set out our whole of society's commitment towards a Singapore that is made for families. And we'll share more details on this later this year. And an important initiative by the Alliance for Action to Strengthen Marriages and Family Relationships is the Celebrating SG Families Pledge. This online pledge gets individuals to commit to strengthen family bonds through actions like listening to and making time for one another and showing love and respect. Since this was launched in April this year, in just 4 months, we have garnered over 100,000 pledges. And I encourage you, when you have the time, to also make your family pledge. So allow me to conclude by once again reiterating my appreciation to the efforts of community and corporate partners like Family First. Let us all find our own individual missions, our life mission, and our company mission. Let us partner one another to achieve our collective vision of strengthening families so that we can all be better people, better employees, and ultimately a better society together. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Ms. Soon. Very inspiring keynote address indeed. I'd like to invite Richard Hoon now to join Ms. Soon on stage for our next Q&A session. Of course, Mr. Hoon is co-chair of the Leadership Summit 2022. Thank you.
The music intro is outstanding. Yeah, I think so. We all need a breather, isn't it? Thank you, Minister Xueling, for your very personable and apt sharing for us. I think it is learned, as Susan said that you do, and also as Brother Greg has also shared that you do in your preparation as well. But more so, I think it's the personal angle that I appreciate very, very much. My fellow co-chair, Ambassador Greg Slayton, we had the privilege of starting this a couple of years ago, but particularly over the last 3 months in organizing the Leadership Summit 360 that we have. Your 3 points are outstanding: noble character, noble vision, noble character, and having courage. I think that's a great call for us to act with it. Now, my fellow board members are here with us, as well as our LS 360 Planning Committee. They're in our midst. I'd like them to stand to be recognized because they worked so hard for the last 3 months. And let's put our hands to just appreciate them. Please, John, Brian, Junie. Thank you. Okay. Sam, thank you. Yin Bunny, Ing Beng, Pastor Kevin. Okay, thank you. Oh. And also, of course, we are honored to have our chairman and board members of Family First Indonesia and also from the Philippines with us in our midst today. And what a privilege to have you sharing with us this platform and with the guests from all over the world, Japan, Africa, Thailand, Hong Kong, Australia, and the USA. And if I miss any of the countries, please forgive me. We couldn't keep track of the new registration as well. Leaders of profit as well as non-profit organizations, you are here. Leaders of churches, leaders of religious organizations, you are here because you believe the concept of putting family above all. I like to share something else that would give a little addition to what my co-chair and the Honorable Minister has shared earlier. And that is to bring us back to the first principles in life. As we attempt to build wings, we must not forget our roots. And in families, the roots and the foundation are crucial. To have the giant oaks of the world, you need to have strong trees, strong roots to do so. So, first principles are important for us to journey life with. And since aptly we are called family first, I think it's all right for us to derive our foundation on first principles. In his book on innovation, titled 0 to 1, co-founder and former CEO of PayPal, Peter Thiel, wrote that true innovative thinking comes by thinking about business from first principles instead of from formulas. So he encouraged us to go back to our foundation. First principle thinking commands center stage in helping leaders to keep to the fundamentals as we navigate the uncertainty in life. It is important in the business world to find deeper significance in our family. Strong leadership stems from the foundation of strong values and belief. The essence of who we are. Where are we from? What are we doing here? Where are we going? First principle can be revisited afresh or even keenly engaged, but it can never be compromised or eradicated. We cannot be principle-centered leaders without first being rooted and engaged on first principle. I have adopted some first principle for my life. And there are 5 of them, and I'd like to just share with you. I had a privilege of being married for 36 years before the Lord calls my wife home 6 years ago. So she has done her job, so the Lord has called her home. I have not done mine, so I'm here to do some more of it. But we live on this first 5 principle, and that is, husband, love your wife as you had pursued her. Number 1. Number 2, wife, respect your husband as you had responded to him. 3, parents, love your children by teaching, coaching, and mentoring them. Number 4, children, listen to your parents. And number 5, parents, above all, love their fathers and their mothers more than you love them. So my wife had a chance to do that, and I learned that for so many years. And really, I learned it probably more in the last 6 years of our life together. So I had a chance to practice that in my life. I hope yours will not take that long as you build upon what the mistakes that we have made in our life. And may we as parents live authentic personal life in front of our families. If we take care of that area, we shouldn't have much problem leading our team and our organization. Remember to nourish your soul and live life from inside out. All the best and enjoy the summit as I continue the next phase, which is to have a chance for our minister to elaborate a little bit of what she has shared with us in the Q&A session. So bear with me for a little while more. And I'm sure we'd like to hear more from her as well. Okay, Minister. All right. Let me get all this thing out. Thank you, members of the audience in presence here and around the world. Thank you for bearing with us. I hope you enjoyed the session so far, and I'm sure we have a chance to hear more from the minister. I like particularly her reference to Stephen Covey's book, The 7 Habits of Effective People, on trust and inspired leadership style. And also from Bob Buffert's book, Half Time. Life can be lived in 2 halves. And the second half of our lives and career can also be rewarding and meaningful than the first, if we can find our calling and our personal mission. Now, this must be very encouraging for many of us here who may be a little bit behind at halftime. So we still have a chance to come back. So I have a few questions for you, Minister. Can you share instances where transformational leadership made a difference in your career, be it in the private or public sector, whether be it in the first or second half of your life and career?
Thank you for the question, Richard. I read Bob Buffert's book, when I was 42, sometime last year. And I think he was around 42 when he wrote that book. And I thought, how timely. Because it's like sometimes you go seeking for things and then the thing kind of pops up in front of your face. I was at the halftime of my biological life, and I was looking for guidance. I was looking for a message. You know what I mean? And then I went out there and I had a conversation with a friend, and the friend said, "Have you read this book?" And after I read that book, it was transformational. But back to your question, I recall that when I first decided to join politics, it was not an easy decision to make. As Greg had described in his opening remarks, my entire career was in a private sector before that. It was financially very rewarding, and there was a great amount of independence. You could live life the way you wished. You could be a very private individual. But we all know that once you enter public life as a politician, everything is out. You are judged every second, every minute, particularly nowadays with social media. Now, in hindsight, I realized when I made that decision to move from the private sector to the public sector, I was doing actually what Bob in his book wrote about going from personal success to living a life of significance. It may differ from person to person because you have your individual goals, you may have different circumstances. But you may come to a point of your life where you decide that I have done this, and that, and it has brought me some happiness and fulfillment, but what next? So I think it was at that point in life, in 2015, when I really felt that I wanted to go from a life of personal success to living a life of significance. But how to do that, I do not know. I just took things as they come. And as in all things in life, it is a learning process. But it is helped when you are surrounded by people who believe in the same things that you do. And I think I'm blessed that when I entered politics, I was able to benefit from the leadership and the guidance of fellow colleagues, many who are much older than I am, but who had lived a life of servant leadership. They have demonstrated courage, and they walked the talk. That to me was transformational. I could trust in my senior colleagues. Many of them belong to the 3G generation, as we call it here in Singapore. And I think, and I hope they will continue to benefit from their guidance and support. And I think through their deeds and their actions and their vision for Singapore, it has allowed us to come from third world to the first going back to what Greg had mentioned about how Lee Kuan Yew had his vision for Singapore. And I was just reading his book over the weekend, actually, just because I always just go back to his words and books to get guidance, you know. And he was telling people back then that we're not going to beg, even though we were mud flats back then. We're not going to beg. We're not going to go out into international arenas and go to America and go to Japan and beg. No, we're not going to beg. We're going to stand up, be strong. Our workers are going to work hard. We're going to make a living for ourselves because no one owes us a living. I was again inspired by his words, and I think, and I hope that I'll find the strength to carry on with the support of people around me to continue to deliver and help my fellow residents and constituents, and to continue to be an example of servant leadership. Thank you. Thank you, Richard.
Thank you, Minister, for sharing with us that particular angle. I think, and also giving us a glimpse of really, with pride, our founding Prime Minister. I think he has been an inspiration for us in his leadership style. And as you know, Singapore is going through a leadership transition right now, and you are part of the team leading us in the future. I'd like to ask you, what are some transformational leadership quality that is important to the Singapore government? In particularly, how does the government now having to navigate through the fine balance between listening to the masses and leading? Sometimes it is always a very tough line to balance leadership and listening to the masses. So maybe you can give us some insight.
I think fundamental to what we are trying to do and hope to do is to continue to build trust with the people. And trust is especially vulnerable and challenged nowadays because, unfortunately, with social media, so many things happening online, there is unfortunately a lot of stuff that you find online. Could be misinformation, could be disinformation. In the past, I think people say you go onto Google, you try to Google for an answer, right? But nowadays, when you Google, the more you Google, the more confused you get. And I think that's a fundamental and a very central problem that democracies all across the world are facing. And there's no easy solution to it. Singapore is an open, small, transparent economy. We're not going to censor and build firewalls around the World Wide Web. We have POFMA laws so that truths can go out at the same time when there are untruths. But how do you guard against hate speech? How do you get people out of echo chambers? I think those are challenges that in the coming years, because of this uncertain geopolitical situation that we have around us, there will be state actors and players out there who are looking to obfuscate, to misinform, to disintermediate, to perpetuate fractures that you have in society. And we're going to have to guard against those. But how do we do that? We need to come back to basic principles. We need to walk the talk, what I find so important about being out here with our fellow participants is that you can see me. You can hear my voice. You can feel me. You know that I exist as a person. And I hope that you trust what you're seeing. Because I'm real. I'm real. I'm here. 3-dimensional, 4-dimensional with my voice. But nowadays, what you see online, is it real? We now know about deepfake technology and all that. Can you trust what you see online? So I think, unfortunately, when we live in a world like that, what it means for leaders is that we have to be out there in person. We're going to have to face audiences, handle questions and answers. Let you hear for yourself, I exist, and this is me truly. Do not just listen and think about what you see online. It may or may not be true. But I hope you trust your instincts and you trust what you're hearing. You look at the body language. Is this person real? Is he or she genuine? Can I trust him or her? I think fundamentally it's going to come down to that. Thank you, Richard.
Okay, thank you so much for that one too. Now I'm going to ask you about the future of Singapore. I think in this room here, it represents probably those who are leaders of organization, who are CEOs of both profit and non-profit, but also among us, there are some who are employees of organization as well. And of course, all of us have children who will form the next generation of our population. Now, given the fact that as we lead the country to ensure that Singapore become relevant for the next 50 years, how do you think, with this group that's here and listening globally as well, if they are leaders, how do you think they should lead and encourage the next generation? And if they are not leaders, if they are young, how do you encourage them to really learn how to be responsible and step up to the plate to be counted? It's a tough call because our younger generation have their mind of their own and they'll do things their way. So how do we ensure that they will learn those battle scars in time so that they can lead their generation?
Thank you. That's not an easy question. I think for all of us, whether young or old, when there are challenges that lie ahead of us, we have to look within ourselves. Some of us are extroverts, and we do need external stimuli. That's important. I do not disregard that. But I think when times are challenging, when things are moving and changing all the time, when the external environment is very volatile, we actually do need to look in. Persons of faith around us here today, you may pray for guidance. Those of us who may not have a faith or who may not practice it frequently can also look in. And it comes back to what I was saying earlier about what is your life mission? What would you take out of that box? What is that one thing you would take out of that box? And I think if you're always very clear what that thing is, that is the unchanging element amidst all these changing times. So that would be what I would attempt to do for myself. I do not know if that helps answer questions and queries that people may have around the audiences, but that would be my advice. And it is helped once you have identified what is that one thing that defines your life, that you go about doing it. Sometimes perhaps not in big astronomical ways. It could be little acts. But you know, every single time you do that, it reinforces. And there is actually this virtuous cycle and virtuous loop. Because you then bring in people who believe in the same things that you do, and it helps reinforce, it helps strengthens what you're trying to do. And I think that virtuous cycle would actually bring along many positive externalities. And it could be just a tiny, small act, but it would have multiplier ripple effects. And I think from there, it would grow. And I think persons of faith around us, many who may be in a church or have founded churches, not all your churches started as big churches. It may have just started from a belief and a faith. But because you acted on it and you had courage, that grew. Your beliefs were then able to have a greater outreach, and I think would then have that collective impact that would make a huge difference to the rest of society. Thank you, Richard.
All right, thank you. On that concluding remark, we've come to the end of our session. I want to thank the Minister for being off the cuff. I have some question I told her ahead, but I did a twist on her and she still managed it very, very well. Thank you. But thank you. I think if we take home some great concluding remark from Brother Greg and the Minister, it's really, let's distill ourselves to the core values of who we are. We need to anchor and find out what is our purpose and our calling in life. For those of us who have found it, great. but we need to guide our children to discover their purpose and calling too for the next generation. So we hope you enjoy the session in the hours ahead of time later on. But thank you, Minister. Let's put our hands to thank her again.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Ms. Soon, and thank you, Mr. Hoon. Very insightful and inspiring session indeed. Hopefully, you guys enjoyed it as well. Lots to think about as we move on into the next segment of our afternoon. We're heading into lunch, and I'd like to invite Reverend Dr. Chan Chong-hyuk. Reverend Dr. Chan is the president of the East Asia School of Theology, and I'd like to invite him up to bless our meal for today.
Thank you so much, Minister, for sharing such deep insights, and also Ambassador. That was fantastic. Let us now bow in prayer as we commit our time to the Lord in prayer. Father, we thank you so much for bringing us together to the vision and the hard work of Family First Global, Family First Singapore, and also the sponsors, Sea Oil and OUE. We praise you, Lord, that you have given us this time that we see as a divine appointment. And we ask of you that you minister to us as leaders of the places we come from, the countries we come from, that you may anoint us like you did for the sons of Issachar, who knew the times and discerned the times and act courageously. We thank you, Lord, that you will give us wisdom during this time today. Help us to remember that we may act upon them. And now, Lord, as we go into a time of food, we commit our time over the table. There'll be encouraging, strengthening, mutually a blessing to all of us. And so we commit the session ahead to you in Jesus' most holy and precious name. Amen.
Enjoy lunch, ladies and gentlemen. Bon appetit.
Two, 1, 2, soundtrack 1, 2. One, two, hey.
Hello again, everybody. You guys enjoying lunch? You guys enjoying your lunch? Okay, I see empty plates. That means you are enjoying your lunch. All right. So at this point, we would like to just bring our morning session to a close. Of course, the day hasn't ended yet. We're going right into our panel discussions after this. But I would like to invite Ambassador Gregory Slayton and Richard Hoon to provide the afternoon's closing, or the morning's closing.
Testing.
Oh, you did this one instead. Yep.
All right,
Hello,
we're here.
Richard. Are we having fun yet, guys?
Yes, definitely.
Good.
The food is good. Very good. Brian, thank you. Brian Riadi. All right.
Hopefully this is a transformational luncheon. So, and Brian, we're all coming back next week, by the way. We're having so much fun, right, guys? We want to just wrap up this early session. We're going to jump right into a great panel discussion on transformational leadership. But Richard, I know that you're part of the Family First Singapore board. And I wanted to just ask you a little bit about Family First Singapore. What's the vision? And how are you guys impacting or hoping to impact Singapore and especially Singaporean families?
All right. I will represent our board members who are here. Ing Beng, Dean Bernie, Pastor Kevin, who are here on the board as well.
In fact, let's have those guys stand up. Hey, if you're on the board of Family First Singapore, please stand up, and we just want to honor you and thank you.
And thank you.
Thank you,
for
guys.
being a part of the journey with us together.
And Pastor Kevin's wife, Joyce Graves, who was absolutely instrumental in this whole thing, couldn't join us today, but we're thankful. We're thankful.
So in Singapore, I think Family First is going to do something a little different. We have done, I have been involved in a family organization for many, many years in the Center for Fathering and Dads for Life. And that has been very good in helping grassroots and society. And we have the CEO of Center for Fathering here as well, and the former chairman, Stuart Hawk, was here as well. So, and also the current chairman is going to be on stage afterwards to share with us. And that has been a great movement. But the whole idea of that is to help society, transforming fathers in social network on the ground. Family First hope to do is to change families within companies, corporations. We think this is a missing link. Decisions are made at a very senior level. We are hoping that men and women of God will stand up and be counted and will lead the organization. Because we believe that a good employee, if you are a good father or you're a good mother, you should be a good employee. And so we want to change that area so that policies can change, companies can change. And if we do that, then I think our society can change. So we're trying to unlock the power from there, calling all men and women to stand up within the family and lead their family so that they can lead their company and as a result lead their society. Thank you.
Well, that's wonderful, Richard. And on behalf of Family First Global and Family First Singapore, let us know how we can be of service to you. How can we be of service to your organization? Family First Philippines, and we have some of the great leaders of Family First Philippines right here. They are serving the Philippine Army, the Philippine Police, the Philippine Air Force, and they are serving in ways of training. Every single Filipino police officer in the nation is going through a Family First Philippines training course right now on leadership. Leadership on the work front and leadership on the home front. And it's been transformational, right? So we want to be of service to you and to your organization. And if we can be, please be sure to connect with Richard, with some of the board members here, with myself, with other Family First Global leaders, because we are a Christian service organization. And if we can be of service to you, that's what we want to do. Richard, do you have any final thoughts before we wrap up this first session?
No, you have set a tone great for us. I think the whole idea is that our outreach is secular. We want to reach to all fathers and all mothers within family. We want to share the concept of love and respect and ethos within the family. So we are a great example. Family First Global in the USA, we have Family First Philippines and Family First Indonesia. They are outstanding organizations. So we are just learning the ropes and starting to be a charity. We're in the midst of forming our IPC status, so we hope to get that status approved so that your donation will be tax deductible. Unfortunately, we haven't achieved that status for now, so you have donated generously on your own without coercion, without the benefit of tax deduction. So you're giving wholeheartedly, and we thank you for that as well.
Well, on that note, let me again thank our sponsors, all of our sponsors, because it's so critical. In fact, one more time, let me just ask you, if you're a sponsor, please stand up, because I want to thank you guys. Everybody, every corporate sponsor, every table sponsor,
Very
just
good.
stand up.
Please,
Right.
thank you. Thank you all.
Thank you so much. Boon Tong. Because the truth is, as I said earlier, life is about teamwork. So, you know, Jack from AAG, everybody has been so helpful in this thing, and you're part of the team, right? Every single person, even the people out, the millions of folks that are watching us online, you're part of this team, and we want to be of service to you. So thank you so very, very much.
One more.
Yes, one more thing. Go ahead.
Of course, all of you who attended by your time, I think you coming here because your sponsor invited you is outstanding. Please bring the message. We got to bring the message back to our companies, our family, and show it by leading with it. And there's one person that we always must remember and thank for in our event, and that is Susan Ng. Susan has been an outstanding
Great.
supporter
Good
for us
point.
over the years. And she has been our MC.
Thank you very much.
She took personal leave to come. It's pro bono for her to be here. So if there's any family organization that needs help, I know Susan will raise her hand because she has believed in it for many, many decades. Thank you, Susan.
Thank you. Thank you for your kind words.
Thank you, Susan. Thank you, one and all. Enjoy dessert. After dessert, we're going to get into some dynamic panel discussions. I'm going to be taking notes. I know we're all going to enjoy it. God bless you. Thank you so much. We'll see you soon.
Thank you, Ambassador. Thank you, Mr. Hoon. Thank you very much. I would like to take the opportunity, since we have a little bit of time between me and the setting up of the stage and the introduction of the next segment, to thank individually all our sponsors and event partners, OUE, Sea Oil, AAG, and FIO, Slayton Capital, Commonwealth Capital, TDR One Team, Epic Global, TC Acoustic, First Rate, Yu Yang Sang, and One Systems Technology. We'd also like to thank our event partners for today, Hilton Singapore Orchard, Celebrate SG Families, Triplex Events, and Sampan.co. Without all of you, today could not have happened. So please, another big round of applause for all our sponsors as well as our event partners. Thank you all very much. And of course, thank you to each of you for being here with us today. Hopefully you've enjoyed the morning session. And as you continue to enjoy your lunch, some of you are in the middle of lunch, some of you are into dessert already. As you continue to enjoy your dessert, we are going to begin our afternoon panel session. And on behalf of the organizers, I'd like to wish you all a really good afternoon ahead. And hopefully you'll be able to take away a whole lot more insights from what we're talking about today. Thank you for your attention. Enjoy dessert.
Okay, we trust that you are having a good time catching up with your friends and making new ones as well. And I had a chance to catch up with Susan for a little bit. She's really busy this morning. We used to be from sister radio stations, that's why. And I hope you're really, really enjoying your lunch fellowship. And talking about ships, in partnership with me this afternoon is my best friend of 20 years. Yes, it first started out as friendship, then it blossomed into courtship, and here we are.
Actually, it's more like hardship and dictatorship.
What? Good, you're awake. Anyway, my name is Lynette, and this is my husband, Jedediah, and we're so glad to be spending this afternoon with you.
And this afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, while you are finishing up your dessert, we've lined up two power-packed panel discussions that will delve deeper into what transformational leadership is for your organizations or companies, communities, and families.
And for those of you watching us online, welcome back as well. I hope you had a chance to stretch your legs, grab a tea or coffee, and I hope you also join in with us as well. And on behalf of our event hosts, Family First Global and Family First Singapore, welcome back to Leadership Summit 360, Transformational Leadership in Challenging Times.
So, to start things off, our first panel will explore the meaning of transformational leadership within the context of companies and organizations.
And our panel will be moderated by Dr. Bernard Yang, Stephen Riadi, Distinguished Professor in Finance and Strategic Management, NUS Business School and President of the Asian Bureau of Finance and Economics Research. Dr. Yang has published widely in top-tier academic journals covering finance, economics, and strategy. Dr. Yang, please.
And also here to join Dr. Bernard Yang are our esteemed panel speakers, starting with Ms. Junie Fu, CEO, Methodist Welfare Services and President of the Singapore Council of Women's Organizations. Ms. Fu, please.
And also we'd like to invite to the stage Mr. Glenn Yu, CEO of Sea Oil Philippines.
Last but certainly not least, ladies and gentlemen, we have the pleasure of Mr. Han Kui Juan, Strategy and Planning, Managing Director and Group Head at DBS Bank Singapore.
Okay, over to you, Dr. Yang.
Thank you. Don't we all have a great time? And the food is so wonderful. Thank you, Brian. I've forgotten that we have more of a panel to do. Well, first, I want to thank the MC for the lovely introduction. And we warmly welcome the audience here and online to join this panel. This panel, Transformational Leadership in Organizations. I am an academic and I'm used to be boring, so I'm going to give you a boring academic introduction, going back into academic history. In 1978, Professor James Burns, a presidential biographer, he studied Roosevelt and JFK's and so on. He wrote a very important book. The book is called Leadership. In that book, he set the tune. He introduced the concept of transformational leadership. Roughly, there are two types of leadership. One is transactional, the other one is transformational. Transactional leadership is very often like someone very good at assigning jobs, know the KPI and know the incentives. He or she used that to get work done. Transformational leadership, as we heard this morning from the wonderful speakers, from Ambassador Gregory, Slayton, to our minister, and also to Richard, we hear that transformational leaders, they cause changes in individuals, in organizations, and in society. They articulate an energizing vision and inspire followers to change their own expectations, their perceptions, and motivate them to work towards common good. Later on, 7 years later, Professor Bernard, not me, another Bernard Bass, in his book, 1958 book, Leadership and Performance, he articulated 4 psychological mechanisms that underlie transformational leadership. They include providing inspiring visions and motivation, providing intellectual stimulation that challenge the status quo and encourage risk-taking and creativity, and also give individualized sympathies, individualize the empathy, support, and fair recognition of contribution. But very importantly, the transformational leader also are influential leaders because of their righteousness and their belief. In summary, the academic literature says that transformational leaders are right-doers and people-oriented individuals, inspiring followers to break the status quo and achieve extraordinary outcomes for honorable purposes. Academics have the habit to criticize everything, and so there's a lot of discussions about, oh, we have to improve the methodologies and so on and so forth. But in reality, this concept, transformational leadership, is practical and very powerful, especially in today's very turbulent world. We heard a lot this morning. And I feel very honored to have this opportunity to carry a conversation with our very esteemed panelists from the energy sector, from the banking sector, and also from the church social service sector. It's really a wonderful thing. I think that they have a lot of great experience, insights, and wisdoms to share with us all. Especially in today's very volatile world, we do need the insight. So we sincerely hope that our conversation here will echo for those very experienced among us with your wisdom and your experience. And also we hope that our conversation can really stimulate the younger ones among us to rise to the occasion and become transformational leaders for the better of our family, our organization, our society. We discussed among ourselves, we had a pre-discussion, and we want to talk about 4 different topics. One topic is, what really is a transformational leader in a real context? The second question is, how transformational leadership impact an organization in the very turbulent world today? And third is a question, a very serious question. What makes a transformational leader? Is it the circumstances or the personality? And finally, we see that leaders rise and fall. There will be a fading of transformational leaders. Why? What drives them? So these are the 4 things we hope to be able to carry out. Now let me start with Glenn. Would you mind to help me? Glenn is the CEO of Sea Oil Philippines Incorporated. Please help me to change my very dry opening remarks, put it into action. Give us real-life example of a transformational leader. And also, I mean, the literature is so much from the West. Give us some example here, please. Glenn, I look to you.
Thank you, Prof. Bernie.
Make it lively.
I'll try my best. Maybe if you were to ask me an example from the East, the one that comes to my mind immediately is someone from the Philippines. His name is Henry C. Jr., and he runs a conglomerate called SM. And their company actually changed the way mass housing is done in the Philippines. So they started relatively late, but are now the largest and continue to grow in terms of real estate development. If I were to give an example from the West, the one that comes to my mind is Chick-fil-A founder Truett Cathy. And for those of you who don't know Chick-fil-A, they're closed on Sundays. And I think that when we talk about transformational leadership, in my mind, they're game changers because they don't just play the game, they change the way the game is played. And especially for Chick-fil-A that sells sandwiches, I'm assuming that Sunday would be one of the most profitable days of the week for them. So definitely not something that you would expect from a traditional transactional corporate player. And what's interesting to note is that when asked, he said that why are they closed on Sunday? He mentioned that he for himself does not like to work on Sundays, and he cannot imagine other people wanting to go to work on Sundays as well. So understanding that empathy and knowing also to think of not just himself and the bottom line, but also the people that work for him, I think is one of the examples that makes him a transformational leader.
So he really think for other people, know what is right, and have the courage, like Ambassador said this morning, have the gut to do the right thing. Junie, something from you?
I think from the social services sector, it would be the nameless social worker. They are the transformational leaders because they go out and they help regardless of time. It's almost 24/7. And they are the ones that transform lives. And they lead in transforming the lives of the families that they work with. So it's not somebody famous or someone in Google, but it's really the nameless social worker that worked tirelessly.
So no good act is too small to do.
Absolutely.
Let me ask. I'm going to save the bankers later. You're the banker, so I have to draw on you later when I need money. I want to continue this question. Like, what is there any difference when it comes to making transformational leader? You have talked about a leader, and you have talked about a not so obvious leader. They also make changes. But is there any difference between the East and West about transformational leadership?
I don't think so. Yeah, I don't think so. I think it's really the person, the individual.
Yeah, I think that it should be the same whether you're from the East or the West.
Yes.
Principles of transformational leadership still hold true.
Yes.
So it's really about have the right belief, have the courage to do the right act. And there's the same universal everywhere. Now I can see that the bankers are ready for me to draw some money.
No, I just want to add on to the fact that when you look at it from East or West practice perspective, it is still about how do you treat people. And I do think that the values that you have drives how you treat people and therefore how you lead a company. And so, whether you're from the East or the West, it pretty much depends on the value that you are holding on to. And I think that's where the difference would be.
Well, maybe you can help us further. Like, how do you treat people, how you care for people? And, you work for Citibank and you now work for DBS. These are leading banks very famous banks in Singapore. And you have gone through very turbulent time, with the technology transformation as well as, the COVID and everything and bankruptcy, et cetera, et cetera. So share with us how transformational leadership helped the organization to navigate through this choppy water and actually end up doing more good for people.
So I'll use the DBS example, my current employer. And when you look at the story of DBS and what DBS has gone through from a change perspective, it's been quite dramatic. It started, as a bank here in Singapore, but perhaps over the last 12 years, it's been transformed into a bank that is largely present not only in Singapore, but also in Asia and 5 other markets. And when we look at the whole transformation story that the bank has gone through, what is important is you need to set a vision within the bank that people can all hold on to. And when the journey started back in 2010, it was to be the best Asian bank. And then from there on, it's about how do you put on Asian services, Asian type service to your banking relationship? How do you provide Asian insights and really focus on the market here in Asia? And then it went on to a bigger vision of saying you want to be the best bank in the world And obviously that is measured by the kind of accolades and awards that you get. But I think more importantly, the recent vision is actually quite inspiring. It is about being the best bank for a better world. And that is a very lofty vision. And what do you mean by a better world? Currently, the way we would see it is essentially to just deliver that differentiated customer experience to our customers and make sure that every engagement is differentiated and it is wonderful. The whole transformation principles that we go behind it, obviously you're going to lead from the top, you lead with the vision, but there is also a lot of changes that you need to do. And when we do the changes, we really look at it from 3 pillars that we have. One is to look at our technology and say you really got to change that before you can really deliver the service that you want. You got to get people to focus on really understanding how you want to serve the customer well by embedding in their journeys. And lastly, you've got to create a culture in a bank that continuously think and challenge the norm. We call it creating a startup culture. And that has guided us. But more importantly, we felt training the leaders within the bank is important. And interestingly enough, we have a program called Transformational Leadership. And what that entails is really to equip the leaders to lead differently. And when we say to lead differently, we want the leaders to lead with a growth mindset, meaning they are always willing to learn something new, not just by books, but also from people whom they interact with, their staff, or even their employees. That's really, really important. We want to create an environment that's collaborative, and we also want to create a psychological safety. You hear a lot about this term, but what does that mean? It means that you create an environment where people can give differing views. And all these are really hard to do if you don't train your managers to create that kind of environment, build teams around that, and then that becomes the culture. And if you're able to do all these well, you're really just moving the company from where we were to a very different place, into one that people enjoy coming to work. And I'll just give one last story. You know, we went through COVID for the last 2 years. And when we say we are a bank for a better world, we ask ourselves, what can we do differently in all the markets that we serve? So in Singapore itself, we were supporting the hawkers, and by buying food from them and then delivering it to the dorms, delivering it to the less privileged in Singapore by our staff, obviously, you know, following the social distancing rules. And then when COVID hit India and Indonesia really, really hard in May of 21, what we did was we procure oxygen tanks from Singapore, really large ones, the 20-foot type, and small ones, and really just ship it to those places, not only for our staff, but also for the community that we serve. And finally, this year when China went into lockdown, food was not readily available, access roads were all shut, and again, we found ways to help our employees to get food and also to some of our customers. So I think that is something that we say, you know, when you want to be, you know, a bank for a better world, this is just some of the things that we do to just let our people know that we mean it and it shows in our actions.
One thing that strikes me as you describe the anecdotes is that first, the leaders have to care for what they're doing. The banking sector is actually serving people. So you are putting people first, and you create the exercise that make people think about, make your employee think about the people. And that is how you continue the transformation, starting with Piyush all the way down. I wonder if Glenn and Junie, you have something. By the way, Hui Yuan, have I heard you through or anything to add before I turn to Glenn and Junie?
Yeah, no, I'll just end by saying everyone is a leader. That's what we tell people in the company. Whether you are a formal leader with people reporting into you, or you're informal, and I'm sure all of you in the room, in some shape or form, do influence someone else. And by that act, you are a leader. And so therefore, whatever that you do in interacting with others has an impact on people.
Yeah, so I'm turning to my other panelist. You're smiling, and so you must something that, please share with us your experience, your insight, and your thinking about this point that we're making.
No, I just wanted to say that Kui Juan wasn't just doing his PR because our nursing home at Bethany, MWS Bethany, actually received hawker food from DBS Bank. So it wasn't.
That was not planned. That was not planned. Thank you.
I didn't know he was going to share this, but yes, empirical evidence has shown, Prof, academia, that yes, so DBS did do what they say that they would do.
Walk the walk and talk the talk.
Walk the talk. Walk the talk. Right.
Glenn, I mean, like you are in the energy sector, and I mean, I am not sure whether our home will be. Well, Singapore doesn't have to worry about that, but in Europe they will have to worry about warm or not warm. There are a lot of things, and you're serving people too. So, does the DBS experience resonate with you? And share with us your.
Yes, very much. I think that even in energy, we're in a very volatile time. And it was a little over 24 months ago when the price of oil was negative. So it can be definitely very unsettling when you don't know where the price of oil is going to be. And I've since given up trying to predict the price of oil. And this is something that we shared with our team during this time of COVID and in the last several months with the conflict in Ukraine and Russia, is that if we can't give certainty of the outcome, then we should make sure that we provide clarity in the purpose. So that's something that we've been very consistent as a leadership team to constantly articulate, especially on the ground, given that for all we know, it could be negative one day and $150 the next. So that's one of the things I think that helps in terms of being a transformational organization, is recognizing as well that there are non-financial metrics that are there. So sometimes the temptation and the focus is going to be on the financial metrics. But those are outcomes and less towards driving the purpose of the organization.
I am an academic. Academics are good at finding problems. I see one small problem and a bigger problem. The smaller problem is I look at the clock. We have only 1 minute and 30 seconds left. Is that correct? So please correct that problem for me first. Okay. Now, just tell us how much time we have left. We must have more than 1 minute and 25 seconds. The second problem I want to identify is like this. You all are talking about you seeing the right vision. You ask your employees to think about what is the purpose of your organization, and you create opportunities for them to act and internalize the message, and you incentivize them and also encourage them to go beyond what they believe. But, problems arise. I'm a dominant archbishop in your shop. I resist. And you must have come across those kind of things. There would be people who may, if you're the banker, we think about the bottom line. Okay, I can pass out food, but you better give me the money, not from my P&L, et cetera, et cetera. And you talk about energy and so on. You fail to predict. Look, the homes are very cold, but are you still supplying gasoline, electricity below market price? So there would be resistance. Share with us how transformational leaderships identify resistance and overcome resistance. Don't give me this silence, please.
Ladies first.
Glenn, that was a good move.
Ambassador, you better come and help us. Do you want ladies first or ladies last?
Oh no, I'm just a flower vase here. Wow. So transformational leadership, or if you want to transform somebody or an organization, it does take time.
Yes.
And yes, there would be resistance. And really it's the ability to build the trust and win over your staff to see your point of view and see that in the longer term, things will be better.
You connect with the minister now. Trust.
and really, it's a three-legged stool. You know, it's your authentic self, right? It's you being empathetic, so empathy, and sound judgment and logic. So it's this three, and with trust in the middle, and that's how you slowly move things. And really, it's step by step. It's one of my life takeaway lessons, because I was hiking an impossible hike, and it was really step by step.
Takes time, step by step. And by the way, all that you talk about is people. You are talking about how to deal with the person. Yes. You see, we communicate without calling his name. He knows that I'm looking at him.
I was just thinking, creating the right environment for that is very important. In the context of Sea Oil, we are very intentional in creating a culture of care and letting people know that we're not just responsible for them financially, but holistically. I think this goes back as well to the last 24 months where quiet quitting, I had to look that up on TikTok earlier, or the great resignations. Those terms that come up are really related to well-being of people. And understanding that the well-being of people is ultimately an important factor also in terms of transformational leadership.
I'll add by saying resistance to change is given. That's something that you have to expect, and that's what you will experience. And what is important is, as a leader, you got to be authentic. Are you true to who you are in terms of how you represent yourself? For me, I'm a Christian, and I tell the world that I am. And so therefore, the behavior that I have has to follow what I believe in. And interestingly enough, last night when I was sharing with my wife on what I'm going to do today, and she said, just remember, you're a child of God. So make sure that what you do reflects that, and what you see reflects that. So that's something that I carry by all the time. But practical sense, within the bank, what we do is we have a lot of nudges. We call it behavioral enabler and nudges, beans, where we would put small little things where you change, where you not recommend, but you get people to do little things to show that it actually works, and hopefully they do more of after that, and just continue with that and shift the behavior.
Like I say, I'm an academic. I like to say no. So I want to continue this conversation, but try to unpeel some of the stress. First, it takes time. But maybe the market would not allow you, maybe the organization would not allow you the time that you need. Number two, people-oriented and so on. And don't forget, our Lord Jesus, our 12 disciples, there's one that betrayed him. And let me give you this anecdote. For example, I'm running the business school. I was running the past tense, okay? And then there were some people who just continued to resist the change. And I say, okay, look, we are educational institutions, people-oriented. Let's try to educate those people. But in that process, those people, the bad apple, like one told his staff to lie to other people, to lie to our customers, and so on and so forth. And then expose. Some people talk to me and say, look, you say you change people, you educate them, but you have to make a decision, because the bad apple can rotten the whole cart. So how do you do this? And people start to question me, am I pursuing my self-interest? I want to glorify myself as an educator and forget that, wow, there are other people that receive the negative spill over. So how do you deal with this? You are a transformational leader. You want to be people-oriented, you want to have empathy, but you see some bad apple, and that apple takes too long to change. What do you do? Nobody promised you an easy panel.
I'll respond to that by saying, if you, again, going back to what we all need to do at the work, right? And each of us have a responsibility to carry out what we have to do. And if you see that the staff has not done right in terms of what he or she is supposed to do, then you've got to have a conversation and tell them and point out where they have gone wrong. But also at the same time, to give them a chance to change. But if they don't want to and they simply find that to be inconsistent with the values that you have in the bank and what you say everybody should do, then you should agree to part ways, because it's just not compatible. But first and foremost, you need to tell the person, let the person have a chance to change and decide.
Have a good reading of the situation, approach in a kind way, but when necessary, you have to make the hard decision. Is that what I hear?
The decision is not to say, tell the person you have to go, but you got to work with the person and say if it is incongruent in terms of what you would like to do versus what the company is doing, then, what would be the best course of action for you as an individual.
Wonderful. Thank you. Junie?
I think it's being gentle and firm at the same time. It's being bilingual. It's a lamb and a lion. But really, it's not really about transformational, but as a leader, you don't... I think transactional leaders or transformational leaders, regardless, you have to be able to know when to be a bit transactional, because you do have responsibilities and the person has to act responsibly. Transformational is a bit longer term, where you can see a person change. The heart is changed, and that's really for the long term.
Glenn?
Yeah, I think we all have to be willing to have those tough conversations with people. And in our case, it's called the gentle and kind truth. So we can tell people the truth, but we don't necessarily have to be rude or disrespectful. And there is always a manner, a right manner of communicating.
Yeah. I like the words lambs and lion, and also respectful no matter what. But I still, again, how do I know I'm right? All this, we are making a judgment call, and we think we're right. And we think that we are really very people-oriented. We love our fellow employees, our customers, and so on and so forth. But how do I know I'm right? How?
So I think, for me, when you are addressing any situation, and if we truly believe, and for me as a Christian, I believe that by obeying God, I should be bearing the fruit of the Spirit. And when you bear the fruit of the Spirit, it means you show love, joy, peace, kindness, patience, faithfulness, gentleness, self-control. And I think all of these, you would then have to apply it in your interaction and allow the person to speak up, right? Let the person tell their side of the story, and draw that out and have a conversation. But always be kind, patient, and gentle.
Be kind, patient, and faithful.
Yeah.
And I would take this as a very good moment for each of you to take stock. Before I turn to the third and the fourth question, Kiyuan, you just did a taking stock for us. Glenn and Junie, may I also ask you to do a taking stock? To be a transformational leader, you try. You can be right, you can make mistakes, you can succeed in changing people, changing the organization, but you face difficulties and challenges. And King Kwan's word is like, have your faith, be faithful to what you believe, Christianity in your case, and practice it to the best of your heart in the most sincere way, and communicate with people, talk to people, right? So that's one taking stock. I want to hear other stock taking of this before I turn to the third and the fourth question.
I think for me, I pray a lot for wisdom and for discernment. I also speak to many people as well. So when confronted with the situation, I try to learn as much and then come to a conclusion. But of course, with prayer and seeking wisdom from mentors or from seniors.
It's almost like Christians living the day. In the morning you pray, at night you reflect and confess. Glenn, your confession.
I think that we all have to have an external standard that we hold as a metric for us to make those decisions. And I think for all of us here in the panel, if I were just to add to that, besides praying and understanding our faith background, is that we do have a reference point, which is the Bible for that. So I think that would probably be the added point that I would provide.
Faith, listen to people, talk to people, and hold on to your value. The reference point is, for you, Glenn, is the Bible. Are there any other reference points? Like, for example, what if my reference point is the market's return and I'm below the market's return?
You know, that's an interesting question because at the end of the day, I think humanity is more than just the market.
Thank you. Say
Sorry for the
academics are
banter.
more than just a financial economist. Would you add to that? The other.
I would echo that, but I would say that when you look at purpose, at the end of the day, you are still running a company. And what is your responsibility when running the company? Is to sustain it. Because if you have financial decisions whereby you would lead to the demise of the company, that would be extremely irresponsible. And you are not showing stewardship. And so I think it's a balance. And you have to keep and make sure that your company sustain in the long run. And therefore your practices got to allow you to do that.
I'll trust my money to you. I like this balance, the perspective. At the same time, I have the right reference. Thank you. Xueling?
I think balance is very important at the end of the day. I mean, to summarize, so you have to act responsibly with empathy.
Yes. I think that we can go on about what makes a transformational leadership and how they impact on organizations, and you left us with a lot of very, very useful food for thought. But let me switch gear a little bit. It's always in my mind that what makes a transformational leader? Is it the circumstances, or the personality, or the interaction of the two? Xueling?
I think it's the interaction of the two.
No simple answer. Elaborate.
We were talking about families and children last night at our table, and really first-time parents would assume that leadership very naturally because the first-time children come around and you suddenly know how to look after your babies, but you've never been taught that. And that's also the circumstance. And anyone who is a first-time parent would be a leader in that sense, a leader in that little family unit. So that's how I would see it, both circumstance as well as the individual or the personality.
Circumstances and personality interactively. But maybe then I can turn to the other, the majority here. Who you want, or would you mind to?
So I'm gonna say who you are, your values, will be seen in your personality, in the way you act it out, and your personality will shine through in circumstances. So at the core of it, if you are who you are, it's very likely that you'll come through your interactions in any circumstances, and that light will always be shine on you from that perspective. So depending on who you are at the core.
You just elevate the value of the next panel. The family shaped the personality. Glenn?
I was just thinking about how to answer that question, and it's very similar. And it's really understanding your identity. And sometimes we don't have a clear understanding of who we are. We're so busy doing life, what we do, how we do it, and we don't really ask that question about who do I want to be. And I think that we would all benefit from spending more time, similar to what Son Xueling was sharing earlier.
I'm going to offer my own thought that is stimulated by the three of you. If you have adopted the right value, if you really care for people, when the circumstances arise and you know that there need to be some you have dissatisfaction, but you need to constructively change that situation. So it is the personality as a driver, the circumstances give you the opportunity to really make the positive change. And it's not for you. It's really for the betterment for all the people around you. So that would be my thinking about this question on circumstances or personality. And back to Johnny's point about the interactive nature of them. And each of the circumstances train you to be a better person. If you start off want to be a better person, if you start off really care for people and faithful to God and so on and so forth. Now I'm going to ask I think I have according to my watch, I have 10 more minutes left. According to this clock, I have 0 minutes left. So I'm utterly confused. Can I take 5 more minutes? Because I know that there are timeline. What is it? Yeah?
He says
wrap
no.
it up. Yes, I'm going to wrap this
no.
He said no.
Okay, I'm going to wrap this up. I cannot fix my problem. Sorry, I'm a poor teacher. Okay, so I have to wrap this up. I'm going to wrap this up in the following way. No matter how good you are, we know that we can fall. How angels become devils. I want each of you to share with us some observations that make really great leaders fall from heaven to hell. What do we have to watch out for? Glenn, you have offered me something very useful to think about. Remember your email to me? So may I take you as a starting point? We have to wrap this up. 1 minute each. Watch out for what?
I think we should continue to have a spirit of humility and understand that there's more for us to learn as well and to listen to both sides.
Johnny?
I would watch out, and this is personal sharing. I would watch out for vanity, for me, and really to be humble, because this is my season of humility and faith and obedience. So I always check myself. What am I doing this for?
Thank you. And
Pride goes before fall.
sorry?
Pride goes before fall. And so
Wow.
therefore we got to be watchful of pride.
That reminds me of the Genesis. There are 2 trees. Take the tree of life, not the other tree.
Yeah, my favorite verse for this is Philippians 2, 3-4.
Yeah. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I thank you for listening, and I hope that you like this conversation. And I'm sure that you have a lot to offer to us, and we would love to hear your thoughts. We're in that table, but let's go after panel 2. Thank you very much.
Thank you very
panelists.
much. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Yang. That was so fun. My gosh, I haven't attended a panel discussion this robust before. And I like his style of questioning. He says, no, I will not take your silence. So we can also transfer this to the home front, no, I will not take this silence.
I told you, right? It's dictatorship and hardship. Now you know.
Well, we have learned many principles, I'm sure, this morning, and we can, transfer this to the home front as well. And we have a lot of debates at home as well, spirited debates, very agitated, spirited. So what's your key takeaway?
A couple of things. I think we've all heard from all the panelists as well as Dr. Young. First takeaway for me, I never want to be caught alone in a room with Dr. Young for even 1 second.
Ayo.
So that's
so
one
scary.
big takeaway. The second takeaway is this, and I think all of you are listening very intently, right? So, Mr. Han, where are you? Sorry to put you on the spot, but this is about you. This is my takeaway, right? This is my takeaway. DBS has the heart and the money.
Oh, yes.
So you guys know where to go. Just be authentic in your funding requests and just keep nudging. Finally, when you see Kui Juan, remember to tell him, you're a child of God. Do what's right. All right. But on a more serious note, a couple of things that we took away, a personal reflection, I suppose, from the conversation that was moderated by Dr. Young. I think the whole idea of transformational leadership seems to me like the proverbial single tide that lifts all ships, right? The single tide that lifts all ships. So that's one observation. The second one that I was sharing with my wife as well was really about how harrowing the experience is as a leader, right? And it requires, thirdly, it requires the leader to have a sense of the true north, what that true north actually is. And in the terms of Ambassador this morning, when he spoke about the true north, I see it as 3 parts. The core vision, the central...
Noble vision.
Yes, the vision, as well as the character, the noble character, and last but not least, the courage to pursue. So once again, thank you so much to the panelists, as well as our moderator, for having done a really exciting session.
Yeah, and for me, well, leadership is a set of skills and attributes that could also be transferred to the home front and a broader community as well. And speaking of homes, I remember chatting with my uni mate at a recent event, and we were just talking about how the pandemic has shifted things around the world. And then he said, you know what? The pandemic is actually the best time to have a baby. And I'm sure you know somebody who has had a baby the last 2 years, right?
So I'm just taking a look around the room and observing there are quite a few nods of acknowledgement. Indeed, it is a transformation, right, when you have a newborn in a family. So that's point number 1. And it takes a certain level of leadership as well. So that's transformational leadership right at your home front. So without further ado, I think this is a perfect opportunity for us to invite Ms. Melissa Kui, who's going to be moderating the next segment on transformational leadership in families and communities. And Ms. Melissa Kui is the CEO of the National Volunteer and Philanthropy Center. She is an active volunteer herself, an innovator and community catalyst with an interest in creating greater understanding and shared empathy across human and organizational systems. So, Melissa.
Please. And alongside Ms. Kui, a round of applause, please, for our distinguished panelists, Mr. Keith Magnus, Mr. Samuel Koh, and Mr. Richard Hoon. They will be doing a quick round of self-introduction, so let's give them a round of applause, shall we? Okay, and I'm just going to hand the mic over to...
Okay, perfect, wonderful. Let me grab a seat. Okay, that's yours. Wonderful, we're so happy to see everyone here, and I'm so glad that Prof. Bernie has given us all the excellent definitions, because we're going to just dive into what does this transformational leadership look like at a personal level. And I'm so excited to have 3 just amazing gentlemen with me today who are just going to share from their personal perspectives, life histories, the good, bad, and the ugly, I hope, a little bit, right? Because we figured authenticity, just walking the talk, is going to be the key, and I'm sure that'll be much more interesting for a panel too, right? So I think what we'd like to do first, just to get up close and personal, is we've invited each of the panelists to actually do a little self-introduction with a little slideshow or a little picture, combination of pictures. So could we have the first introduction picture up? 25 minutes left, but it's okay. Sam, would you like to introduce yourself then? Yeah, let's get the slide up for Sam, please.
To the slide? Okay.
Thank you so much.
All right. Lovely family. Yeah, good afternoon. I'm Sam. Such a pleasure to be here. I'm a Singaporean, and I come from a very humble and traditional family. And you can actually see that's my dad, my mom, my younger brother, and myself. My dad ran his own small business, and my mom pretty much split her time between looking after the kids, which is really a handful, and helping my dad with his business. They live in an era where it's not that easy for them to get education. So actually both of them did not complete their primary school education, and they had to come out to work. In fact, my dad, I always tell my son and daughter that my dad started working when he was 9 years old, right? Those were the time. And I've been very blessed because by virtue of their hard work, I can study. I don't have to worry about financial needs. And that really forms the core of me. I think, if you cut me up, I still bleed heartland, which is, something that probably Singaporeans understand better. But I think that's at my core. But really thankful for what my parents have done to give me the opportunity. I met my wife, Celine, who is here today, sitting next to Junie. Both of us met when we joined a University Christian Fellowship mission team. She had the unfortunate situation where I was the team leader and she was a team member, and she has nowhere to go. So she was cornered for a year under the pretext of training for a mission trip. I was building my relationship with her. As they say, the rest is history. And here we are today together. We actually would have celebrated in a big way our 20th wedding anniversary in May. But yeah, exactly. I look much younger. She looks even younger. But the reality is that we've been married for 20 years. And in a few days' time, we probably would celebrate us meeting up for, I think, 24 years, maybe, on my birthday, thereabout. Yeah, we have a pair of twins. I think the slides looks much better than me. You can put on the slide if you don't mind.
All these humble
Yeah,
guys.
thank you so much. Thank you so much. Sorry, this is Isaac and Estelle. I think this introduction is so that you give a view into us as a person versus a title, position, or background. And this Isaac, Estelle. And this photo was taken they were born in Thailand, right? And we took this when we were based out of Beijing, which Gregory would have visited many times as a visiting professor. That was the day where I organized a surprise party for my wife. Anyway, fast forward, in early 2020, I came back to Singapore after about a decade overseas, working in multinational in various locations, to join Yoast. Which is a household name. It's a regional food and beverage company. Very blessed. And this last photo is basically taken a few weeks back when I dragged my leadership team and I to climb Mount Kota Kinabalu. Yeah, exactly. Beautiful place. Well done, guys and girls. Right? They made it possible for me to return in one piece. So thank you. Always go with a good team. So really thankful for that. And I think, my team is a big part of my life, and I'm very thankful that they are here today, and we'll share a bit more later on. All right? Thank you.
Yay, team.
Over to you.
Okay, Richard, next slide, please.
Oh, thank you. That's me. I do need the slides too. I didn't know which I've supplied. All right. So the first one, I'm pleased to start with the one in the middle. Those are my 3 girlfriends. No, I'm kidding. They are my 3 daughters. As some of you have heard earlier, I've been married for 36 years before the Lord calls my wife home. And I had the privilege of knowing her since she was like 17 years old, so we know each other for a long time. She used to say, I know you more and I live with you more than I live with my mother, And it is a privilege to know her, a woman of God. And I think she, of all of us who are Bible-believing Christian here, would understand when I say she epitomizes Proverbs 31, the woman in Proverbs 31. So I'm blessed to have that. And she left me with 3 wonderful adult girls. The eldest in yellow is Elizabeth. She's 34, and she's married to a Canadian husband, and they live in Melbourne. The number 2 is on the left of me, Ethel. Ethel is a chef, and she lives in Austria on the ski slope of Austria Lake. If those of you who are skiers here, and she's a chef there, and she and the husband, her Italian-German husband, helm a restaurant in Lake. If you want to go, let me know, because they have a full house most of the time. And the youngest one is Eve, the one on my right, and she is the youngest who just got married. She's 30, and she says, one day she told me, she said, "Dad, you'll be very proud of me." And I said, "Why? I'm always very proud of you." He says, "Because my boyfriend then is a Singaporean Chinese." So I say, of course, I love my son-in-law. They are outstanding gentlemen. And one of the things that, I'm proud of them is that they have learned to choose wisely. One of the most difficult things a young man and woman have to learn is to choose their life partner. And that can give them a life of blessings or a life of suffering, and both end with ing with it. So I had a chance to celebrate my 65th birthday in January this year. Yeah. So that was the picture that was taken, and that was taken by my partner, Francis, there on the left, Francis Yen there. And hopefully the Lord has brought a wonderful woman of God into my life, and we will have the next 30 years together, sailing this journey with it. So that was a beautiful picture. So this year I've retired. And I spell retired as R-E-T-Y-R-E-D. So it's new tracking, and the Lord will lead me to a different direction in my life. So my mission this year is to make an impact and influence for the Lord without an office or a title. So in time to come, you just see my name and no title behind it. And all I wish is the picture on the last that you see there is that I'm a born servant of Jesus. Right now, I'm the chairman of Crew Asia, and privileged to have my vice chairman, Reverend Dr. Chan Chong Hyuk, with me, and the former national director, Kok Hyang, with me as well, on my left, and also the current national director, Hok Chai, with us as well. So the board is here as well, so I'm pleased to serve. But my mission in life is to select things to do that have eternal perspective, not just on earth with it. So hopefully, with God's blessing, I can still make an impact for Him. And the last picture, as you see there, is me looking up. It was taken on a magazine, but I thought that was the best angle they took for me, But it was more a picture of me. If you can show that picture again, looking upward. Okay. Thank you.
All right.
And that looking upward means this. It is to look towards the future version of myself. I think I've never been perfected, and so I aspire to be a better husband, a better man, and better father, even though my kids are in their 30s. But most of all, I look towards it with the lasting vision of looking at Jesus and the last day and hearing the word, "Well done, good and faithful servant." So that's my aspiration. Thank you.
Thank you. And I want to just pause for a moment and just notice that actually when we talk about transformational leadership, it's not just all those titles and things that we hang on ourselves, right? It is the fullness and the totality of who we are, right? With the grief that we've experienced, with the joys that we've experienced, with the quietness of those humble moments and those learning moments, as well as sort of the triumphs and the joys, right? And I think to embody that those qualities is really what speaks so much more, really, than anything else. So thank you for just offering those introductions for a start. So
We don't have a huge amount of time, but I did think that we should start with the context of the pandemic and what we have learned through that. You know, many people have said that the pandemic is this time that we kind of ripped open, you know, the lid on so many issues in society. So many structural issues that were there, people who didn't have to bump into each other were now living in very close quarters, things that you really maybe didn't want to see, you can now not unsee, you know, and that's not just in the family, but even in society with isolation, with people who've been living in very marginal or on the edge kind of situations too. People's private struggles, you know, became so much more visible in some ways because of our close proximity, and instead of just being so busy doing all these kinds of things, you know, here we are now with all of this time, and what do we do? But of course that's an opportunity for us too, right? And so I'd like to ask just our panelists too, you know, what for you has been the key takeaways, and maybe we just try and limit it to kind of one key point, and we get diversity of views here too, that you've taken out of the pandemic that you feel has been that greatest learning point for you. I'd like to, maybe Richard, do you want to kick us off?
Okay, I'll do it. I think all of us do work, and I noticed in the pandemic, the whole work-life style has changed. We are compelled to work from home, and now people are going back, and they have used to a certain lifestyle and work. That there's going to be a struggle within the corporate world with it. So the thought was, in the past, we all want work-life balance, and anything that's in the balance is itself intrinsically impossible to fulfill. It's stressful on both sides. And of course, certain quarters have said, let's have work-life harmony, and which is an improvement, but harmony means compromise. You have to give in each way, you know. So in the short term, it's sustainable, but in the long term, it's not. So I like to think that going forward, we should have work-life autonomy. The reason is because we all have to take control of our accountability. Both bosses have to take accountability for their company, but individual, we have to take accountability for our action in the work. And the workforce is going to change. A lot of our jobs will be replaced by bots, you know. And therefore, if we don't change with it, we'll be out of a job. So I hope this pandemic has caused us to realize that if we want really the kind of life that we can balance our family as well as our work, then have autonomy to take charge and be responsible.
Yeah, because what you end up doing and the choices that you make even in your family are the ones that also influence how we operate in community too. Absolutely. Keith, you want to go next?
Yeah, sure. Clearly the pandemic has been, has caused, massive upheaval, across various, across the economy. Borders became a lot less porous between countries. And of course, circuit breaker was really for me a circuit reset, for my family, and we can talk about that a little bit more. But since this panel is on the community as well, yeah. I thought I might sort of share, what was very apparent coming out of the pandemic, and I think I'll just make 2 points here. The first is that it is so important to have, as a nation, social resilience.
And what does that mean to you?
It means the ability to respond to change and to respond to crisis. And social resilience, I believe, starts at the individual household level, the individual family. And working together gives us national solidarity, and then the ability to cope with a crisis and to adapt to circumstances which are changing all the time. We saw changes in schools, we saw changes in the workplace, we saw changes in the economy, we saw jobs being displaced. And as the government, tried to help, I think going forward, non-governmental organizations and civic organizations like the ones that we lead can help do numerous things to aid, equip, debunk fears, convey truths, convey facts, and resilience in the home multiplied across the nation is national resilience. So I think there's so much that we can do to prepare for the next crisis, which could come sooner than we think. And the second point I would make is that Singapore and the communities that we're in have to learn how to rally to help each other. And that really I define as social cohesiveness. And the social cohesiveness that we want to see as a national objective has to start with the individual family. Because if you don't have cohesiveness within the individual family, it is impossible for that family to be giving, or any person in this unstable family to be giving back to the community. And the pandemic did bring out significant amount of closeness in some cases, as people were locked down, but it also brought a lot of tensions to the fore. Yeah. Marriages were put under test. Parent-child relationships were put under the test. And so at the Center for Fathering, and I think the CEO is here, I chaired the CFF, pivoted online to make sure that we were equipping fathers and not losing our touch with how fathers should, sort of work to strengthen their families. At Alpha, we found that people were worried about mortality, COVID-19.
Absolutely.
So we pivoted online, ran our courses, ran our marriage courses, ran our parenting courses with record sign-ups during that period. Yeah. And I'll just make one final point here. It is impossible for the government, although it desires to have strong families in Singapore, it is impossible for the government to legislate that you should have a strong family. Yeah, of course. Because you just can't legislate and enforce. Yeah. What does it take to be a good father? What does it take to be a good mother? And it is civic organizations and non-governmental organizations in the community, like Family First, like Center for Fathering, that promote and need to be the ones equipping, setting the standards for the community to succeed. And I think that's a very, very critical role of civic organizations.
Yeah. And certainly even as leaders, being able to discuss these difficult issues, whether we mentioned, grief, but actually even abuse. I got called one day actually during circuit breaker actually too, by one of my staff who was in an ambulance, on the way to the hospital because she got hit. And then the first thing she said to me, she's like, "It's not his fault," and there's just so much stress and strain I think that happened during that time. People spending so much time online, whether it's gaming addictions or other kinds of online harms and things like that. Suicides went up in the last year. I mean, especially even amongst youth. I mean, we had so many challenges that we just all saw. And actually, when we talk about transformational leadership, it's just, you're right, the government can't legislate on any of these things. It's kind of up to us, right? As members of society, as friends to one another, as neighbors, as peer supporters, actually, as leaders of organizations, to be setting the right tone and expectation around that. So, Sam, maybe just share a few thoughts
Melissa,
on that.
yeah, thanks. Thank you so much. I really want to bring this to a more personal level. We are all, in some ways, dads, moms, uncles, aunties. So, for me, the pandemic actually was a great moment in the sense that it taught me to reset my priorities. I think at the end of the day, when we talk about transformational leadership, it's linked to priorities. What do you devote yourself to pursuing? And for me, the learning is that I need to reset my priorities to focus family first. And my wife is here because, it's a confession time. But, I speak as someone who is working real hard in this area, but I just want to share like what I went through and what I think at the end of the day, coming out from this pandemic, what we can probably do. And I just want to plant this thought, right? All of us know the truth, which is family is important. So this is a truth that we know. So we're informed by this truth. But how many of us are transformed by this truth? How do we live by this truth? You know, and I think this pandemic forced me to get into that mode. You know, look, I was traveling. My wife and I and my kids. We moved 6 times in the last 11 years, 6 different cities. It took a toll on all of them, and this pandemic really allowed me just to anchor in Singapore and not travel. And I found I have more time with my kids. Not that I do less work, but just that I have more time for my kids just because physically I'm around. And I realized that, wow, I'm missing out so much, right? Now when I travel, my kids would say, Dad, where are you going? In the past, they wouldn't ask, right? It's like, he's going again, right? And now that I say, I'm just going to Malaysia. No lah, why don't you stay, you know? So it warms my heart, but it also reminds me that, going forward, when I plan my calendar, I have to put in the family time. So I don't do it very well, but I build into my calendar time with my wife, time with my daughter, time with my son. And you know what? The thing is that in the beginning, you ask them, hey, date is coming up, Estelle, where do you want to go? What do you want to do? No idea. No idea. Because I'm not spending enough time with them, right? So anyway, bottom line is that I'm someone who's still working hard in this area. My encouragement to all of us, I think today one of the key emphasis I want to say is that there's business, there's our career, but family is first and foremost the most important, and we need to reset our priorities to pursue that. And let's help one another in this journey. Thank you.
Yeah, so good. I mean, no joy in being a public success and a private failure. So I can't read it, but yeah, got it. 8 minutes. Okay, there we go. So I'd like to stay on this personal note, actually, because I think this is, lessons are hard earned, in many ways too. And I think we have the privilege today of listening to 3 fathers, husbands, and so I'd like to really just ask this question too. As a father, as a husband, what are the greatest challenges, temptations, derailment factors, that are sort of always there, and what do you do to keep on track?
I'm the oldest father.
Thought I'd
so
take the
start first,
opportunity, right?
We love this pregnant pause, right? It means she's asking a tough question. So I'll start because I have 30 over years of fatherhood status. So hopefully I've learned something in my life. Susan used to ask me that question many years ago when she interviewed me. She says, Richard, share with us your fathering journey. And my daughters were, at that time, up to 30 years old. So I says, well, if I can remember, the first 10 years, I was a teacher to them. Because when I teach, they will listen. And when they were in their teens, I became a coach. Because now I got to observe their strengths, their weaknesses, and fine-tune for them. Because I can't teach them as much now. They won't listen. But I can be the cheerleader for them. But to be a cheerleader and a coach, I must be a good teacher in the past. Because they will listen to me. And then now they're in their 20s, I become a mentor. So they say, oh, what does a mentor means? Does it mean minister mentor, I say, I'm sorry. That was not the example I was thinking of. Mentoring for me as a father in your kids in their 20s and 30s means unless you're asked, you keep your mouth shut. So I've learned that. So for those of us who have younger kids, they are below 10, take the opportunity to teach them. And that's tough for you because you're the busiest period of your time and your career demand there. And then when in the teens, coach them. They become equals with you, be their cheerleader. In their 20s, if you've done it right in the first 20 years, then you should set them free and they won't go too far away. Yeah. But if you did fail and didn't do too well in the first 20 years of teaching and coaching, it's all right. Do the third part, keep your mouth shut. Because if you have the relationship,
practical advice,
they will come back to you. And then when they come back to you, then you teach and then you coach them.
Love it.
Thank you.
Thank you, Richard. Others?
Well, I've got, I think, 4 and maybe 5 principles of fatherhood, and that's really to love, teach, protect, and then make memories. It's a making memories part that really it allows a relationship to develop. And as I look back on my own childhood, it was the simple holidays to Fraser's Hill and so on and so forth that you remember, although we're very well traveled. But it was, those times. So I encourage, fathers to take time to have fun and make memories. The other thing that I would share, quite frankly, is that when your child comes to you with a problem, you must intervene. Because if you don't intervene, that child is going to come to you again with another problem, and if you don't intervene, that child is going to ask for advice elsewhere. And that's how children, sort of fall into bad company. They feel part of something else, and so on and so forth. So very important to love, and when they have a problem, intervene, but don't do it, obtrusively. Do it unobtrusively. It might just be a prayer with them. It might be advice. If they're being bullied in school, you have to look into it. And don't just say, oh, it'll get better, it'll get better. Because if the help doesn't come from dad and mom, they're going to go for help, elsewhere.
Okay. Anybody want to talk about derailment factors and what they do to mitigate those, though?
Yeah.
Sorry, Sam, you're the last guy.
No worries. I can take that. I can take that. Before I take that, I just want to say one thing, because these 2 gentlemen has been through a lot, in the sense that their own journey, right? I just want to share my experience, because maybe some of you can relate to me. I have an absent dad, pretty much, right? And I really don't have a role model, actually, and it's really tough. So sometimes, wisdoms like this, I really benefit a lot. This one. Second of all, get into the company of good men and women, right? Because don't journey along, because no one has all the answers. There'll be times where you feel down. You need someone to pull you up. So don't journey along. So that's my second thing I'll share. Back to the derailment, very conscious about it. I think back to your original question, derailment of a leader, what do we need to kind of keep a lookout for? I think the reality is that as leaders, and we are all leaders here, as you move higher up, you have more autonomy, more power, and all, and there's a need for self-check and balance, right? What I mean by that, meaning to say that you have to make pre-decision, right? Pre-decision means you need to first define who you are, what are the values that's important to you, and when those temptations or those issues come up, you know what to do. You have the clarity of mind to say, you know what, I stand for integrity, so I'm going to choose this path. Then the next thing is courage. You have the clarity and you have the courage. You have the courage to do the right thing. So for me, that pre-decision is very important, and it has to go deep inside. Second of all, back to my first point, don't do it alone. We can't do it alone, right? I mean, this is not an advocate for support group, but the reality is that we have a lot of commonalities, right? I mean, what Richard shared, I'm sure some of you laugh at it. I'm taking down notes, right? Because eventually I'm going to keep my mouth shut when my kids grow up. I have no experience that at all, right? So don't do it alone. Share, get into groups, help one another. So, yeah.
No, that makes so much sense, right? We think of accountability and we think of support, right? Last few seconds, actually, I'd love to just ask the question, because you are all community leaders, you are leaders in your families. Likewise here, we have so many community leaders, we all have families. What is your final call to action? I mean, if there was one thing to say to people who are here, what would you say is your final call to action?
Well, give it a shot. I think one life at a time. I think you can make a difference one life at a time. Operate with dignity, to give people dignity. Operate with empathy and compassion. Very often the needs in our community that are the biggest needs are the ones that are not visible. So go seek them out. It's the voice that doesn't know that there's help available or there's even a need that needs the help the most.
Thank you.
So,
I just want to add that, we know leadership in company, businesses, organizations is important. It's very important in family, very important in family. The dads and moms have the responsibility to lead the family. We cannot leave it to chances. We have to lead. Intentional leadership in the family is very important. If you want the outcome, you want to steer the family towards a certain direction, you have to start leading responsibly and intentionally. Thank you.
That's great. My sister has an interesting principle, and she says, we will do whatever leads to unity as a principle. Yeah. Richard, final thoughts.
Okay, thank you. I think I can be sitting here and telling you things that is interesting, but you don't know me. You haven't seen my life. I haven't seen my life behind the scene. And my children do. Only two. My children and your spouse and God will see the authentic life. And if you do it right with your children and your spouse, then you have a little privilege that I had, which is my daughter at 30 start dating me. And so I think I'm okay. Not too bad with that. So that's all I want to say. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you. And may we all be successful both privately and publicly. Thank you.
Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. Once again, shall we put our hands together to express our thanks for the panel 2 speakers and the moderator. I'm sure we've all taken away a lot of precious, invaluable lessons from the session earlier. And I think if there are a few things that I personally took away, which might also be something you've taken away, it's the importance of authenticity in leadership, that both public and private success are equally important, and that parenting is a responsibility we cannot outsource. So thank you once again for being so real in sharing your stories with us.
Okay, and I just want to jump on and say hello to our online friends. You know, we haven't been too friendly with them this morning, so I just want to say, you know, if you're watching us from your office or if you're watching us from home, let us know in the comment section below, you know, what was your key takeaway from the session earlier, you know, the 2 panel discussion. So let us know in the comment section what you think, okay? And moving on now to the segment we've all been waiting for. I'd like to invite to the stage Ambassador Gregory Slayton, former US Ambassador, Ivy League Professor of Leadership and Silicon Valley Venture Capitalist, who will be introducing our very special keynote speaker for this afternoon. Thank you, Ambassador Slayton. Round of applause.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Thanks, guys. Good. Was just taking notes down there. That's why I was a little bit late up to the stage. Excuse me. That was a great panel. And I do want to say hello to all our folks at home, or literally viewers from over 75 countries around the world. So it's great to be here in Singapore, and it's great to be with you wherever you are in this world, because one of the key things that you're hearing again and again is that you can be a great transformational leader. Whether you're the leader of one of the biggest organizations in the Philippines, or whether you're CEO of a small entrepreneurial company, wherever you are, you can be a great transformational leader. Let's take a moment. It's been a wonderful day so far, And I know my friend Pat Gelsinger is excited to come to you. Again, he apologized. I spoke with him again this morning. He was so sorry that he couldn't come. But his doctor said it was probably a good idea for him not to go. And his wife said, "You're not going." And Pat's a smart guy. He understands the way this world really works. So he is not here. But he does want to meet you at next time he's in Singapore, and we'd love to do that. But he's excited about this. However, before Pat starts speaking, let me just review for a moment kind of some of the things we've learned today. But before I do that, let's stand up and have a little stretch. Stand up. Find someone that you haven't met yet and say hello. This is a group of leaders. This is a group of people. You really want to know a few other people in this room. So please say hello to someone you haven't met yet. Hey, everything okay? Okay, guys, we'll wrap this up. Hey, Glenn. Okay, guys, we can't keep Pat Gelsinger waiting for too long. I'm glad everybody's having fun. There we go. Do a couple selfies. Good idea. Let's take our seats again, ladies and gentlemen. We certainly don't want to keep Pat waiting. But again, as was the point was made in the panel, and it's a really strong one, we don't journey alone. You know, in fact, I want to tell you something. My daughter and my son, 2 of our 4 kids, are U.S. Army officers. Okay, see, what did I tell you about the sky deck? Remember Harvard Business School, the sky deck? There we go. Okay, you guys over there in the sky deck, it's time to sit down. Yes, I'm looking at you. My eyes are on you. Okay, you skydeckers. Time to sit down, everybody. It's true. Great points were made in the panel, and one of the things that resonated with me was that we cannot be successful in the journey of life by ourselves. And let me just give you a little saying from the U.S. Army. And I know this because 2 of our 4 children are U.S. Army officers. And am I proud of that? Hoo-yah, right? So, but the point is, they have a saying: you fight alone, you die alone. Guys, I want you to hear that again. You fight alone, you die alone. Okay? Let me just tell you the secret. That's not only true in the Army. That's true in life. Right? We can't fight the battle of life alone. We need partners. We need really close friends. We need our families. Right? I'm thinking of some of the worst things that ever happened to me in my corporate life. You know, terrible things, right? But the family, your closest friends, help you keep going. So, with that, I want to introduce Pat Gelsinger. And the reason I'm so proud to introduce Pat is not only is he an unbelievably great CEO, and we'll go into that in a moment, and all these awards he's won, he's also a wonderful, wonderful friend. He and I have been deep, deep friends for about 20 years now. We're very close friends, and we take time every week to pray together and to fast together every week for a long, long time now. He's a very faithful man. You can read about him, and you can realize that Glassdoor voted him the CEO of the year in 2018. Fortune magazine named him the Global Business Leader of the Year in 2019. Money magazine named him one of the most generous billionaires in the world. And the guy's, accolade after accolade, okay? But what you don't know about Pat is that he was born into a farming family, right? Farming family up in Amish country in Pennsylvania, all right? Hard-working family, right? He went to a community college. I'm in academics. I've never even heard of this school, right? So a community college. He comes from a pretty humble background, right? He was hired by Andy Grove. Andy Grove is maybe the most legendary guy in the early days of Silicon Valley. He founded Intel. Andy Grove found Pat, hired him, mentored Pat, made him the first ever chief technical officer at Intel. Okay? Pat left Intel not under good circumstances. Okay? And I'm not telling any secrets here. Okay? But I'm saying that because our lives don't always go in a linear direction, up and to the right. That's not true about life, right? Life, you have challenges, you have difficulties. But Pat will tell you that it was his family and his closest friends that helped him keep going. He ended up at VMware, where he turned around a company and which has done incredibly well. And as a VM shareholder, I was super happy. But I was more happy to see how well Pat did. And then he was hired back to Intel as the CEO, right, of what is a major turnaround, right? Pat is trying to instill in a company the vision, the character, and the guts to be a global leader again. And I believe he's going to do it. So I am very happy. I think, do we have Pat? Is he live with us yet? We're still a little early. Ah, there he is. Hello, Pat, brother. Let's give Pat a hand. Brother, I was just bragging on you, just some of the many, many, many things. But what I didn't mention, and something I so love about Pat, is that he is a wonderful, faithful husband and a great father. And he prioritizes that, even though he's the CEO of one of the biggest companies in the world. And he is a wonderful, wonderful friend. So, Pat, it's fantastic to have you with us here in Singapore. It's really a delight, my brother. And we turn the floor over to you. After this, we're going to have some Q&A. But please take out your pens and pencils, and I'm going to do that too. We're all going to learn a tremendous amount from Pat Gelsinger. Pat, over to you, brother. Now, wait a second, Pat, we can't hear you. Wait a second, Pat, we can't hear you, brother. We've done like 3 years. There we go. Good, man. Yes, sir. We're good.
My apologies. I had mute on. So, hey, I am so sad that I'm not there with you in person. And unfortunately, I came down with COVID and just had my first negative test today. And because of that, wasn't able to make the trip over there. And, Gregory, and we had everything just perfectly set up for me to join you there on my travels. But now we'll have to do it remotely. So thank you so much for the flexibility. And, as Gregory said, we've been friends, we've been partners, we've prayed together, fasted together now for many years. And it really is an honor to join the LS360 event. If you go to the next slide. a little bit of the story, and Gregory gave a little bit of this, but, I had, started at Intel at 18 years old. I joke, I started there so young, I went through puberty, worked there for 30 years. And early in my career, I had, written about the idea of a mission statement. And in that mission statement, I said, I want to be CEO of Intel, and wanted to come to that leadership position. And that sort of drove me and led me. And early in my career, wow, I've never even dreamed that possibly could be the case. But as my career progressed, it sort of drove me and made me better along the way. And then 12 years ago, I was pushed out of the company. I was devastated, right? I just, my dream, my vision for 30 years, and now I was out of the company. And, as said to Joseph, what was meant for evil worked out for good. And over that 12-year period, when I was out of the company, it was like I learned so much. I grew as a leader. My own arrogance and, the other things that were inside of me that God just needed to chisel away in that period of time. And I became a much better leader in that process. And Thanksgiving, almost 2 years ago now, I got a call and from one of the board members of Intel saying, would you consider joining the board? Well, Linda and I, we started to pray about it, after being out of the company for 11 years, the idea of coming back, and, it was always my vision about being the CEO of Intel, but, life was good. We're just about to have our 8th grandchild, and, VMware was about to take it public, and that was going super well. So, we contemplated, prayed about it, and then just before Christmas, I said, we don't want you to join the board. We want you to be the CEO. Ruined my Christmas. And Linda and I went into prayer and long walks together. And on January 12th, a year and a half ago, we made the decision to come back as the CEO. And it was a decision of Linda and I, and one that, in taking on these kind of leadership roles. And one piece of advice to each one of you is that as you move in these roles, it isn't one of you. If God is calling you, both of you are being called into this position. And for Linda and I, this was a dramatic change, taking on this huge challenge, as I would call it, a noble calling, a job that was clearly bigger than me. And that's exactly where God wants you to be. He wants you to take on assignments that are bigger than you. And if you go to the next slide, as I took on the job, it was really these 3 reasons. One is to restore Intel. Intel, one of the most iconic technology companies. 30 years I had spent there. And these 3 people, Gordon Moore, Moore's Law, Andy Grove that Gregory was just referring to, and Robert Noyce, the inventor of the integrated circuit. We call them the Trinity, the leaders that created Silicon Valley, the people that put silicon into Silicon Valley. And in honor of them, the idea of coming back, and restoring this iconic company, and one of the greatest honors I've had in the year and a half since I've been back as CEO, we renamed one of our campuses in honor of Gordon Moore. And, that speech was just one of the most moving things I ever did. The man that started Intel, and I could now honor him by naming one of our sites after him. So it was to restore this iconic company. But, Intel also plays a foundational role in the technology industry and rebuilding this idea of the open platforms that and the ecosystems that Intel has been able to create over time. And many of the standards that you all have come to know and appreciate. I participated in creating PCIe and USB and Wi-Fi. In fact, one of my granddaughters, Alice, when she plugs the USB stick into the computer, she says, "Thank you, Papa." Right? Just how moving that is, because that's what we do at Intel. We create these standards that shape industries and touch every person on the planet. Intel plays an essential role for technology. The third reason was the rebalancing of the global supply chains. And we've become, acutely aware of this as we've gone through COVID, the critical role that semiconductors play in every aspect of human existence, whether it's our medical systems or autonomous cars and vehicles, and everything depends on semiconductors. And I'd ask you, what aspect of your life isn't becoming more digital? Everything is. And everything digital runs on semiconductors. But unfortunately, we've allowed the supply chains to become acutely dependent on very few spots, and they're very fragile. So the third purpose is rebuilding resilient, balanced global supply chains. And just 3 weeks ago, the CHIPS Act was passed in the US. And this is something that I worked very, very hard on getting done. The most important piece of industrial policy legislation in the US since World War II, a dramatic piece of legislation. And when I was at the chip signing ceremony 2 weeks ago, be together with the president next week with the groundbreaking at our Ohio site, reshaping industries. And we think about this, our positions, the leadership roles we place. We have to have a noble vision for what we are doing, because God will place us in roles and places that are much bigger than us. And that's just where He needs us, in places that we need to rely on Him. Next slide. And since I've taken on this job, this has been my prayer. And it started out these 4 names, and I'll describe the 5th one in a second. But every day as I have my own devotion time, I'm reading one of these stories. The first is that I would have the wisdom of Solomon. And when you take on jobs that are too big for us, you need to have wisdom. You need to have insights. You need to have discernment. And just like when Solomon took on this role from his father David, he said, I need discernment. I can't lead these people, Lord. I need a spiritual leadership breathed into me from you. So I would ask you that you too would pray each day that you would have the wisdom of Solomon. And second, you will have bad days as a leader. You need to have this passion that drives you. And, as I've taken on the job as CEO, our stock was trading about $50 a share when I, took over. It got excited, new CEO, and now it's decayed, and the tech industry has decayed, and now we're in the low 30s. I have the analysts that, they're like my Tobiah and Sanballat, if you read the story of Nehemiah. I call them my perma-bears, right? He has the right strategy, but not a prayer of executing it. You'll have your bad days, right? And you need to have a deep passion to rebuild. Like Nehemiah, I have my critics, and you too will have your critics. But you need to attack the assignment with the boldness of Joshua. And if you read the first chapter of Joshua, you see that 4 times he's commanded, be strong and courageous. It's not like God said, it's not like Joshua started out, bold and courageous. He needed God to encourage him 4 times in that first chapter for him to take this on. We need to attack the assignment that we're given with boldness, with courage, with confidence, because in ourselves, we may wobble, our knees may shake, we may be indecisive. We need to have that godly boldness and courage. And as leaders, we need to have the integrity of Daniel. And, we remember stories like the lion's den, right? Where Daniel showed an incredible integrity. He became the second in command under 3 different pagan leaders. What an incredible, business leader he was. But he was also honoring God in all of the little things. And we as leaders need to have integrity in everything, just like Daniel did, even in what he ate, right? He just had integrity in every aspect of his life. And they said they can't find anything to hold against him, except if it has to do with the relationship with his God. So we need the wisdom of Solomon, the passion of Nehemiah, the boldness of Joshua, and the integrity of Daniel. And one day I was talking to my friend Francis Chan, the well-known author, and he says, well, that's a great prayer, Pat. He says, but God is also worried about not just what you do, but also who you become. And he challenged me to also say, I need a fifth one, the heart of David, where it's the character, the noble character that God is building in us as we're on our journey. It's not what we do, it's also who we become as we're in these roles of leadership, that we need to be still. We need to listen. We can't be too hurried. We need to let him be in that leadership role. So I would ask you that you consider the same prayer and join me as a leader that's saying that I would have the wisdom of Solomon, the passion of Nehemiah, the heart of David, the boldness of Joshua, and the integrity of Daniel each day that we go on our leadership journey, that we need that noble prayer. But if we go to the next slide, we also need to have a noble purpose on our journey. And I'm always thrilled by the impact of technology. That we truly have this ability. And today, 60% of humanity has a connection to the internet, using technologies that I've helped create. And my vision has always been that, that I would work on technology that would improve the lives of every human on the planet. But Intel's purpose is that they would create world-changing technologies that would improve the life of every person on the planet. It's a noble purpose that we are on, that through technology, I get to touch and improve the lives of everyone. And as a company, we also are a company that has a moral compass. Technology itself is neutral. It can be used for good or bad, right? And as a company and as an individual, I want to be constantly shaping technology as a force for good that truly has impacts in the world. AI, will it be used for good or bad? We want to be the company that's constantly shaping it for good and noble purposes. But as leaders, we also have big platforms. And as a big platform, we get to do things. We get to create. We get to drive things. And a few of those are the philanthropies that Linda and I have been extraordinarily successful with over our times in leadership. And many times these start small. Like the one in the upper right is a picture of our schools in Africa, Mission of Hope International. And when we started, it was a few dollars and the schools were a couple hundred kids. We stayed faithfully involved. Today, 25,000 kids are being lifted out of poverty because of our faithfulness now over 2.5 decades. And you too can have that kind of impact. We've also, in coming back to the Bay Area, we helped to start what's called Transforming the Bay with Christ, bringing together the churches, the leaders, the parachurch leaders in the Bay Area, because I have a big platform. We get to convene, we get to bring people together, and we get to do not just business purposes, but also use that platform for godly purposes as well. And as a company, we have bold visions for what we can do with Intel as our technologies touch every person on the planet over time. We truly have a noble purpose as leaders. And if we go to the next page, we need some noble advisors on the way. And I've been blessed to have, these 5 individuals who've breathed into my life. And I think of us as leaders that we're diamonds in the rough, right? We need to have these influences that come and knock off those rough edges and expose our facets. Early in my time at Intel, I was giving a presentation to the executive staff, and I was a lowly engineer presenting to the senior leadership, and Robert Noyce and Gordon Moore and Andy Grove were there. And I gave an update, and I was pretty pointed and direct, and as a young guy, I was maybe even a little bit precocious in my strong statements. Well, about a week later, my phone rings in my office, and I didn't want to be interrupted. I picked up the phone. Who is it? Andy. Andy who? And your voice comes back, Andy Grove. And he starts shelling me with questions. What do you read? What are you studying? What's your next job? What's your career objectives? I was panicked. I could barely answer him. Those are lousy answers. Be in my office in a week with better ones. The president says to show up in his office. What do you do? Right? You either leave the country or you show up. And that began a mentoring relationship that lasted literally till Andy passed away in 2016, now almost 6 years ago. And mentoring with Andy was like going to the dentist but not getting Novocaine. He was tough, he was hard, but he made you better. And every one of us needs people like that in our life. And these are 5 pictures of the 5 greatest influences of my life. And every great leader that I've ever interacted with, they can point to those who've invested in them. And I would just encourage every one of you to have those influences in your life. And, when I was taking on this job, my father passed away last year. One of my other mentors, Bryce Jessup, passed away 2 years ago. Luis Palau, another who I've invested in, passed away. And Steve Menifee, who I've mentored with, a retired tech CEO, he was having heart surgery. I'm like, oh my gosh, what am I doing, God? Right? All of these influences in my life are passing on. All of a sudden, I'm the old guy, right? I need these kind of influences, and people like Gregory, have been important prayer influences in my life, because you need those people on the journey. Leadership roles are lonely positions. We need to have those who are breathing into our life as well. We need noble advisors on the journey of life. But then, as a leader, if you go to the next slide, we need to gather around us a noble team. And these are 3 groups of people who are part of my leadership at Intel. The first group is my board of directors. And Intel and its board of directors, have had challenges. And part of the reason Intel got into a tough situation is the relationship with board and management wasn't a good one. And I committed as I came back into this job that we were going to have the best relationship between board and management. A CEO should never surprise their board. A board should never surprise their CEO. And if I take you back to December a year and a half ago, as they were interviewing me for the board for the CEO position, and I'm meeting with each of the board members, I insisted that if they were going to call me as the CEO, we needed to have 2 things. We needed to agree on the strategy, and I'd written a strategy document, and it must be unanimous on the strategy, and it has to be unanimous in calling me as the CEO. And when they offered me the job on January 11th, it was like every one of them on Zoom went one by one, affirming their support for the strategy and affirming their support for me as CEO. These are tough assignments. You need to have your board, those that you're accountable to, fully on board, never surprising. And, as you look at this, it's a diverse group of different skills. You want to have people that don't agree with you, that challenge you, that make you better, but you need to be on the same vision together. You need to have a board that is part of your team and cheering you on every day, because these jobs are hard. The second group on this picture is my leadership team. And these are the 16 that form the senior executive team around me. And this team, most of them, 11 of the 16, are new to their company or new to their role since I've taken over. We had to reform the leadership team. And now this is my team. When we come together and we're going to align, we're going to challenge each other, we're going to debate, we're going to have conversations, we're going to share data, we're going to make each other better, but we're going to go on a tremendous transformational journey together, because we're out to write the next great turnaround story in the industry, the next business book of great success and transformation. We have to rebuild the culture of the company. We have to overcome the stumbles that we've made. We have to root out the areas that the company hasn't operated with, the highest of standards and, the deepest of cultural alignment. we as a team need to come together on this journey. But the last group is maybe the most important. You know, one of the things that happened to Intel is the transitions across leadership were not smooth over time. In fact, one of the last times that I was meeting with Andy Grove, we were having dinner together at his favorite Japanese restaurant, and he was lamenting to me how he made poor succession choices and how succession didn't go well in his. And, you know, again, this is, you know, a man I've idolized my whole career. And hearing him ask me, what did I do wrong, Pat? How did I make these mistakes? I'm like, no, Andy, you're the one who tells me wisdom, not me to you. But he hadn't succeeded at succession. And this created some of the sequence of difficulties for Intel. And 5 or 10 years from now, you know, one of the things that I need to do is make sure that the next generation of leaders is in place and being successful. And I've built up my succession team. So as the middle group of leaders moves forward, that we have the next group of leaders coming along, that baton passing to the next generation is successful. And I need to be the mentor to them. I need to be their Andy Grove, building them up, knocking off the rough edges, preparing them for the next leadership. And if I do that and the company does even better after I'm gone, then I've been successful as a leader. Then I've created truly a noble team of those I'm accountable to, those I work with, and those that I pass the baton with. And I've always liked this passage from Ecclesiastes. A cord of 3 threads is not easily broken. And this idea, I think of, you know, those that you're accountable to, those you work with, and those that you're passing on to. I think of that as the 3 strands of a leader. And that's part of what means a noble team. And, you know, as a leader, you know, you have to make all of those work. You know, that's part of your job, to be working together, held, right? You know, that you're accountable, but also preparing for the future as well. So every one of us needs to be part of a noble team. So as we summarize our time, you know, I'm a year and a half into this journey as the CEO of Intel. I believe one of the most important companies that has ever existed in technology. Now I have the opportunity to be its leader in this period of transformation and turning it around. And I'm on a noble journey that truly is bigger than me, but I feel like God has unquestionably put me here. He's prepared me for this. You know, he's given me the skills. Every experience of my career is coming to fruition in this time of leadership that I'm now in at Intel. And as I see all the threads of my career come together, the people, the influence, the experiences, the failures, and the successes, right? It is a noble calling that I'm on. And with that, thank you very much, and love to take some time for Q&A.
Hey, Pat, brother, that was fabulous. Guys, let's give it up for Pat Gelsinger. Now, I am no stock picker, and I'm definitely not an analyst, but I'm telling you, Intel's a great buy right now. Pat just went out. By the way, Pat is a guy who puts his money where his mouth is. I don't know if you follow this, but Pat just went out and bought another $1 million, a lot of money. I forgot how much it was, but a lot of Intel stock. And I like that because as CEO, you can talk blah, 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 you know, but to go do and be a leader, putting your money where your mouth is or putting your heart on the line as Pat's doing, it's really tremendous. Pat, tell us a little bit. You've had an incredible experience, incredible lifetime of transformational leadership. Tell us a little bit about the story at VMware. Everybody knows Intel and the challenges you face. I want to ask you some questions about it. But VMware, you took a company that really was having some issues in a great market, and you made it a market leader, and it was a tremendous moonshot. Tell us a little bit about what you did there, and especially what you learned there, what we can learn from your tremendous success at VMware.
Well, when I took on that role, Gregory, it was clearly one of these situations where, it was my first time as a CEO, which, I came into the Intel job as an experienced CEO. And I was the first CEO of Intel who ever had been a CEO before. Right. And I'll tell you, you learn to work with the board, you learn to work with Wall Street, right? You learn what it means to be in the big chair. And it was an incredibly valuable learning time for me. It was also, I was, majority owned by EMC, and then the Dell EMC merger, right? One of the worst days of my career was the day that Dell announced the merger with EMC, and the VMware stock price halved in almost a day, right? And then
yeah,
for the
I
next
remember
week,
that.
Yeah, and then for the next week, it decayed to be almost a third of the price it was before the merger, right, of Dell and EMC. And if you're a CEO, that's like reading the score at the end of the, the sports match, and you're a failure. Right, at that point in time, and the company, right, are we going to survive this merger as well? It was an extraordinarily challenging period of time, but we also, we laid out a clear vision, right? That brought the leadership team, together. We tripled the size of the company in the 8 years that I was the CEO. It became a great success, story for EMC, for Dell, and for, VMware. And, in it, right, it was learning a different culture. I had grown up at Intel, right? I didn't know any other culture but Intel. And all of a sudden, being in a very different culture of Silicon Valley, and one fun little story, I was meeting with one of the board members, right, of VMware. And he said to me, we weren't sure about you, Pat. And I'm like, really? And he says, yeah, that Christian stuff, we weren't sure about you. And I'm like, really? And he says, yeah, we weren't sure if a conservative Christian guy like you could be successful at a liberal Silicon Valley software company. And I'm like, really? Right? I'm just, flabbergasted by this conversation. And I said, he says, yeah, whether you could fit in the culture and everything like that, whether you could support diversity and everything. And I'm like, really? I'm just like, my mind is popping out of, we're having dinner at night. He says, but it worked out fine. And it's one of those where it's like, wow, God was fighting my battles. He was caring for me. He was leading me in ways I didn't even imagine at the time, but it caused me to grow. And that's why I say, when I left Intel, to me, it was a devastating experience. But what I thought was for evil was to create, a different set of skills, leadership, learning, and experiences that I can now bring back to this much bigger assignment and fully exercise every day that I'm in this chair at Intel.
Beautiful story, Pat. And fellow leaders, let's make a note. There are going to be bad days. There are going to be really bad days. And I'm not just talking about on the corporate side. I'm talking about on the family side, on the community side. If you've got kids, you know what I'm talking about. Little kids, little problems. Big kids, big problems. All right?
Amen.
But we can take away a lot from Pat, because we can never, as leaders, as Winston Churchill famously said, never surrender. Pat, tell us a little bit about your community service. You founded an organization that I know has had a tremendous impact in the Silicon Valley Bay Area called Transform the Bay with Christ. Now that's phenomenal. Tell us a little bit about that and how you do that on top of having a big family and obviously one of the biggest jobs in the world. Tell us a little bit about that.
Well, when Linda and I were coming back to the Bay Area, it was like, okay, God is giving me a big job becoming the CEO of VMware, but I felt absolutely convicted that there was more than a job in taking on this role. And we brought together the greatest business leaders that were Christians, and the greatest church leaders in the Bay Area, most of which I didn't even know beforehand, but, hey, CEO invites them to a meeting, they show up, worst case, they might get a donut or something for free. And this began, right, what became Transforming the Bay with Christ, where we said we have three objectives. We are going to unify the leadership of the Bay Area for Christ. We're going to amplify works of service, the church to the Bay Area, they will see the good works of the church in the Bay, and we will multiply the churches, unify, amplify, and multiply the number of churches in the Bay Area. And this began, this seedling organization called TBC, Transforming the Bay with Christ. We're now in the 8th year of TBC. Nancy Ortberg is the president of that, nationally known speaker, her husband John, right, another nationally known author and Christian speaker as well. And, they are just bringing together the church leadership across the Bay Area, as we have, we call, our, unity groups across the Bay Area. We now have about 40 of those with about 20 pastors each. So we now have almost 1,000 pastors that are participating on a regular basis, coming together, supporting each other. The ground for ministry is hard in the Bay Area. This is not an easy place to do, church on so many different dimensions, but we're bringing the church together across, every geographic aspect of the Bay Area, about 9 million people in the Bay, across every ethnic group. Next to New York City, this is the most ethnically diverse area in the world, and doing great ministry in the Bay Area as well. And it's been an honor to be the board chair for that now, and to see it now in its 8th year. And coming out of COVID, man, we are really hitting our stride with ministries and helping churches be reestablished in the Bay Area.
Pat, that's a wonderful story, and I personally know the great impact that TBC has had on the Silicon Valley area. And who knows, maybe we can bring that overseas to this great island nation called Singapore. Just an idea. Pat, really, one thing that characterizes your leadership, and I know this because I know a number of your senior people, is care. Your care and your concern for your people. Sometimes you make difficult decisions. Sometimes you've even had to let people go. But you always make sure that people know you care about them personally. Tell us a little bit about why that is, and tell us why that's important.
One of the things is, and first, Gregory, I'm appreciative that you recognize me for that, but that was not how I started as a leader, right? And I'll say the first 20 years of my career, right, if I bowled you over, right, to get my job done, right, okay, right, I was getting the job done, right? And then, about halfway through my career, it became, and, it's one of these where God had to sort of pound it into me that relationships are more important and more enduring than results, right? And as a business leader, I had gotten, so focused on getting results that I was happy to just, crush people, groups next to me and so on. And it was just one of these, light bulb moments in my career. And now, I start every meeting with, how are you doing? Gregory, how are you doing? How's your family? So on. You always start on the personal level and then go to the professional level. And, as a company, our benefits programs, how we, treat people at the greatest times of need, how we support philanthropies, et cetera. This is one of the deepest things that you can do, because if your people believe they are working for a greater cause, it unleashes energy, passion, commitment, loyalty that you're not, it's not like you're giving up a few % of their time to go do community service work. You unleash so much of their passion that you get more from the team, more from the employees than you would ever imagine. And with that, to me, it becomes this great cultural core, right, that you start to believe that we care. Oh yeah, we are out to win. We are going to fight. We are competitive. We are aggressive. We're going to work hard. But that's always secondary to making sure our employees are safe, cared for, supported, have the time with their family, have the time for their personal health. And if you keep that in the right order, you just unleash so much more passion and commitment on the part of your teams.
Oh, that's beautiful, Pat. Thank you, brother. Now, again, fellow leaders, let's make a note. Some of us might say, well, you know, my pastor's always talking about loving people, but my pastor doesn't meet a payroll. He doesn't understand how difficult this is. There's no company in Singapore even close to the size of Intel. All right? We can all learn from that. And by the way, your pastor does know what it is to meet a payroll. By the way, I want to tell you that. But it's great to hear that from one of the most senior leaders, that love in the end wins. Caring for people is good for the bottom line, but that's not why we do it. You heard Pat. He didn't start that way, but he learned to be a better leader, which is great. Pat, tell us one or two other great lessons of leadership, just like that one, that something maybe you didn't start with, but you saw along the path, wow, I've got to change, and I've got to become a better leader by doing something differently.
Well, I just say, I gave a little bit of the story about when the Dell EMC merger happened. There's another experience, earlier in my career where, my project got canceled. I was a failure, right? I remember that day that I went home. I came home like 1 PM, and Linda's like, my wife Linda, she's like, "What are you doing here?" Right? And I was just broken. Right. It's just one of those where, right, just crushed. And one of the lessons I would encourage each one of us to just always take to heart is we grow and we learn in the hard and in the failure, not in the successes of our career and our life. When you're successful, hey, I was pretty good. We're a little bit prideful, a little bit arrogant, a little bit self-confident. You don't grow in success. It's when you're broken, when you fail, when it's hard, you got to dig deep. That's when you grow as an individual. And I would just challenge everyone, that in those times of brokenness, you have to embrace, you have to put them on the table, you have to talk about them, you have to be transparent about them, right? Keep, playing the tapes over and over again. What could have I done different? How could have I, what should have, and just keep on it. And in those moments, in those times, as you work on them, that's when you grow. Right. And, you put yourself in these uncomfortable positions and, boy, I'm in a grossly uncomfortable position now as a leader of Intel. Right. When I stood up to the financial analyst, and we had an analyst day in February of this year, when I stood up to the analyst community and I said, I'm going to more than double the capital expenditures of Intel. I'm going to take the free cash flow negative for the first time in 3 decades. I'm going to take half of the EBIT away because we're investing in the future and going to make massive capital investments. And just in case you didn't get the message, I'm going to do that for the next couple of years to turn the company around. That is not a financially friendly statement. And the markets responded negatively. Who is this crazy guy, right? Making it. But you're taking a bold journey to the future. And in that, I'll tell you, Gregory, is it going to succeed or fail? Only the Lord knows in it. But, the financial markets are driven by short-termism, quarterly results. This is a 4, 5, 6 year vision that we are laying out for the company. You have to be confident, right? Aligned with the leaders, the 3 groups I talked about, your team, your board, et cetera. You have to be aligned in it. But you as the leader are called to be setting a bold vision, for the future. And, that's what you're going to be measured on at the end of the day. And if we succeed in this, it'll be a great, great success. If not, well, Lord called me to it. And I feel every day that I'm on his journey in this, pathway that we have laid out. And, it's just thrilling. And if you're going to be in it for incrementalism, then God didn't call you to that job. He's called you to be a bold leader to create the future.
Thank you, Pat. That's great. We talked earlier today about courage and the importance of a noble vision, noble character, two things you mentioned, and courage, which you also mentioned. There's a great example. Wall Street wanted Pat to sell all his fabs, downsize the company, just be a cash flow machine, which of course would mean that there'd be no large semiconductor manufacturers, not only in America, but in the West in general. Zero, right? Very bad idea geopolitically. Pat had the courage to go the other direction, and we salute you for that, brother. You talked also, Pat, about noble character, and you talked about those 5 great leaders from the Bible, each one important. Can you tell us which one maybe was the most important for you as a transformational leader, and why?
Well, you know, the one that I probably resonate with the most is Nehemiah. You know, rebuilding the walls. I'm rebuilding a company, right? You know, I'm rebuilding the technology, industry, rebuilding manufacturing in U.S. And Europe, establishing, job creation here at scale, rebuilding a technology, pipeline and a technology talent pipeline as well, driving, things like the U.S. CHIPS Act, right? The biggest piece of legislation since World War II, and as I think about that, it's like, okay, Nehemiah is my man, right? So if I would pick one, he's the top of it, but you need them all, right? You need the wisdom of Solomon, right? You need to be a leader of integrity. And remember, what happened in the second battle with Joshua. The first one, of course, was the great success of Jericho. The second was the failure of Ai, because there was sin in the camp, right? The critical role that a leader has for integrity, right? And ultimately, God doesn't care if Intel's successful. He cares if he creates people who honor him, right, on that journey, that you're in. So I say every one of them is important, but Nehemiah is my man. He's rebuilding, I'm rebuilding.
Beautiful thing, Pat. Beautiful, beautiful. Tell us 1 or 2 lessons now that you're at Intel. Obviously, you've had this great leadership journey. You're facing a tremendous challenge. Tell us some of the leadership lessons, some of the challenges you're wrestling with right now, and some of the things you're learning from those challenges.
Well, obviously, I became a paid political lobbyist, as you well know, as we were going through, the CHIPS Act. And I remember, and Gregory, you were, by my side on many of these as well. And when Mitch McConnell wasn't going to let, the bill come to the Senate floor for a vote, right? I'm like, okay, Lord, right? And I'm just like, okay, you shape the hearts of men and leaders, right? I've done everything I could, right? I can't make another phone call, I don't, right? I visited every Senate office and everything like that. Ultimately, right, if this is what you've called me to, you will shape the hearts of leaders to support this bill coming forward. And to me, if this is the vision, the mission, the purpose that he's called me to, he will make it successful. And if he doesn't, then it wasn't his will. And even as we're passionate and committed to a certain, pathway, if we've truly done everything, we've done a great job in our jobs. And again, that's the first point of, any of our professional growth. You got to do a great job, right? You have to, do the right things and do it well. But then if you've done it and you've truly put it at God's feet and this is his purpose, and it's like, okay, God, if the vote happens successfully, I know you did it, right? Because I couldn't make it happen. I couldn't shape Mitch McConnell's, heart to let it come to the Senate floor. Only you can do that. But his heart is in your hands as a leader as well. And just knowing that at points you just got to say, okay, I've done everything I could, right? And now it's neutral, God. I'm okay whichever way you choose to bring about the answer, right? And then it emboldens you, as a leader, because God's in charge. He's called you to this purpose. You've done everything right in your leadership, and that's been, just, to me, this point of, right, truly surrendering to God in those points of leadership. So that'd be one, Gregory, that, has just been so recent, and, you were arm in arm, and, you were handling the Republican side. We had some help on the Democrat side getting that, done. And, another aspect is, right now, many aspects of our, business strategy, we're building capacity for a business that maybe it materializes, maybe not. Right? We don't know yet, but, it takes 4 years to build a fab. Right? If I don't start building those now, right, we have to have the boldness, the courage, the conviction that that business materializes 4 or 5 years from now, right? So, to some degree, our strategy is a field of dreams in some ways, right? Where, it's out there. But, if I don't make those commitments, right, then I will never have that opportunity, right, as well to materialize it, because it takes 4 years to build these factories. So, I'm finding that ultimately it's a point of surrender with God, and it's a position of faith that, in fact, the business will materialize as we go forward. And those are very uncomfortable positions, for a leader, because you want to be in control of everything. But ultimately, you're not.
Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed. Be ye strong and courageous, right? And I think, ladies and gentlemen, I think that's the word for us today, right? Noble vision, noble character, great courage. And I think nobody exemplifies that better. Pat's not perfect. His wife, Linda, will tell you that. But he is wonderful. And he is not only a great CEO, a great community leader, a great father, a great husband, he's a great friend. And I can testify to that personally. I'm so thankful, Pat, on behalf of our entire planning committee, on behalf of everyone who's here, Family First Singapore, Family First Global, we thank you for being with us here today. Do you want to give a final shout out to our, not only our in-person audience, but millions of people watching us at home?
Well, for those in the audience there, again, my apologies for not being there in person. So, hugs and, selfies and high fives and handshakes. I owe you all on the next time that we're there together, Gregory, and we do look forward to that rain check. But for everybody who's on the online audience, as well, thank you. This is, we together are on a leadership journey, and God, as business leaders, God has given us the great opportunity to lead companies, to lead teams, to influence and impact the world, to create jobs, to create wealth, right? He's honored us in that role. He's given us such great responsibility, and do it with a noble vision, a noble purpose, a noble character, right? With courage on the journey, and doing that, being a CEO like I am of 125,000 people, I get to influence them, plus every community that they participate in every day. What could be a greater honor from God than to have that kind of influence? But then, of course, it gives you great responsibility. And, with it, do it well. Thank you very much, Gregory.
Well, thank you, Pat. Let's give a round of applause to Pat Gelsinger. Thank you so much, Pat. We look forward to seeing you soon here in Singapore and back in the U.S. as well. And yes, what Pat said is so true. We haven't said it enough. To whom much is given, much is expected. And every single person in this room has been given a lot. So thank you so much, Pat. Thanks, everybody. I'm going to turn it back over to our wonderful MCs. Let's give them a round of applause as well.
Thank you so much, Ambassador Slayton. And it was so good to see Pat. I hope that we could see him in person the next time. And we also want to...
Closing address.
Yes. We want to invite on stage Mr. Hoon. He is going to be doing the closing address together with Ambassador Slayton again. So yeah, before you get too comfortable, you have to come on up again. So ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome Ambassador Slayton as well as Mr. Hoon to do the closing address.
A round of applause, please, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you.
Hand it back to you again.
Okay. I just needed to get a drink of water, right? Good. Well, Richard, this has been a tremendous day of learning for me. What are some of the biggest lessons that you've taken away, maybe the biggest lesson that you've taken away from today's Transformational Leadership Summit?
For me, I think just be courageous and brave and be authentic.
Great. That was quick, brother. and how can our audience continue the journey? You know, we made it clear that this is a one-day seminar, summit. We tried to make it as valuable and as helpful as possible. But what are some ideas that our fellow learners might continue the journey of leadership?
Well, I hope all of us would embed what you've heard. And we all learn in life, right? And I'm still learning in my life as well. And I've learned a lot. I've taken a bunch of notes for myself so I can reflect on it. But if we learn something today, then you have to share it. And, you know, the best example we can give each other is using the example of 2 Timothy 2:2. What I, Paul, share with you, Timothy, share with other faithful people who will share with others. So if you want to make a movement, we cannot just teach somebody immediately. We got to go 4 levels down. So aim for 4-level transmission of what you believe in. And you've done that, you created a movement, and you can step back. But if you don't have, it ends with you in the next level. So I hope 2 Timothy 2:2 will guide us.
Wonderful. So share with others. That's beautiful. Let me share with you something I share with my portfolio company CEOs. Slayton Capital is a venture capital firm. We've had some success. We've had some failure. We've learned a lot from the failures, from what Pat said. But something I share with all my CEOs, I want to share with you too. Feedback is the breakfast of champions. I want you to hear that again. Feedback is the breakfast of champions. You might say, what's so novel about that? Because everybody hates feedback. Right? Richard tells me after, hey, Gregory, that was, that speech was okay, but you should have done something different. I'm like, what? That was a great speech. What are you talking about? But if I listen to Richard and I say, I respect you, Richard, how could I improve? He gives me some good feedback. Feedback is the breakfast of champions. As a leader, look for feedback. Ask for feedback. Make sure it's okay for your people to give you feedback. Don't become Vladimir Putin. Right? What? Of course we're going to attack Ukraine. Of course they're going to love us. Everybody's going to throw roses in there. I know people will criticize me for talking about Ukraine. But the point is, when leaders get super isolated, they make huge mistakes. Okay, so excuse me for saying that. But the point is, anybody, whether you're American or whatever, you get super isolated, you make big mistakes. Make sure your team, your family, your colleagues, and especially your spouse can give you the feedback that you and I both need. Richard, any final thoughts?
Well, I love your idea of a feedback. I think for us to be gracious leader, I always encourage the reverse patty, the reverse McDonald's patty. So 2 patties with a bun in the center. So give a compliment first, then dispatch the feedback, and then end with a compliment. If you can do that, I think the words will be better received and accepted. That's my advice.
Very good. I like that very much. Always say something kind before you give the feedback. I like that. And then say something kind. You go, see, I've learned something. I was the guy who was giving the feedback, and then I'd give the feedback, and then, by the way, I want to give you a little more feedback. Right? This doesn't work too well, especially in a family. Right? So, I told you I'm a professor. and I give homework. I always get, some of you have heard this before. Excuse me if you have, but it's so important. So love is the most important thing. In a family, in a company, even in a nation. Okay, it's a little bit different in each way, but it starts in the family. So, I have a little homework for you. I want you today, not tomorrow, not the next day. I want you today to hug your spouse and tell him or her, I love you very much. I'm so glad that we're married. Okay.
Especially those who have spouses here. Please do it now.
Yeah, well,
you have to do it now.
Glenn's wife just walked out the door. I don't know what that's about, Glenn, but no, but seriously, if your spouse is here, if she isn't here, that's okay. Or if he's here or he isn't here, but do it, guys. Now, here's the second piece of the homework, and it's very similar. This week, get together with your kids, one at a time, not all together, one at a time. You look them in the eye, you give them an appropriate hug, and you say, you know, for me, you know, Sasha or Christian or Daniel or Nikki, I love you so much. And I'm so proud of the man or the woman that God is making you. So proud. Okay. And I want you to know this, son. I'm with you for the rest of our lives. I don't care what happens, you know. I don't care. Look, I understand. I grew up in a Chinese family. I understand, you know, that, you know, if I play the piano 5 hours a day, my mom's going to love me more. Right? I get that, okay? But that's not love, all right? That's something different. And I'm not saying that's bad. There's good in discipline. But love is I love you no matter what, right? And you got to tell your kids that. You got to tell your spouse that. Tell them that once a week. Give them a hug, look them in the eye, tell them those things. It will change your family life. It will, I promise you. If you forget everything else, forget all about me. You'll remember Richard, but forget about me, it's okay. But do that little homework every week from now on, and it will change your family's life, and you will be a transformational leader for your family. On behalf of Family First Singapore.
Amen to that. Amen to that.
And Family First Global, we want to thank you again. I want to take a moment to thank our technical team. They were here, I think, all night long. I don't know if they got any sleep, but guys, where's Nicholas and his team in the hotel? Guys did a fantastic job. Thank you, guys. Really appreciate you. Want to thank the hotel staff. How good was that meal? Right. How good is that meal? I'm coming back tomorrow for lunch. You want to join me? Here we go. I want to thank our MCs who did a wonderful job. And we had a series of MCs, and they were all great, so that was fantastic. And I want to thank again our fellow planning committee members who made all the difference here. It was a lot of work, a lot going on. Planning committee members, please, I know I've asked before, please stand up again so we can salute you. Please stand up. Please stand up.
Yes, you deserve it.
Please stand up.
We want to recognize you.
Thank you, everybody.
Thank you all.
Thank you. And last but not least, all of our sponsors, because throwing something like this is not inexpensive, right? And I told you about 3 months ago, I was thinking, guys, we're going to lay out like $150,000 before we have a dime, right? But we got to walk by faith. And our corporate sponsors stepped up, and they made sure that we're not going to lose $150,000. That's for sure. Okay, I don't know exactly where we are, but we're close to break even, and that's all that matters. So we're deeply thankful. So please stand up if you're one of the corporate sponsors or the table sponsors, because we want to salute you. Jack, come on, stand up, brother. Jack from AG Ventures. Thank you, Jack. God bless you, brother. Glenn and Jackie from Sea Oil. Antonius, thank you, guys. Thank you so much. I want to just point out, by the way, Jack, we were supposed to have a little video. I'm not sure what happened. But anyway, if you're interested in the next generation of the web, please see Jack over here. He's got a great company that's doing it. Jack, stand up again. He's got a great company doing some great work, and I asked him, where do you live? He's like, well, I live all over the world, and it's true. So wherever you are, he's coming to a country near you. So please do see him, because I'm a tech guy, and we've invested in his company. So we like it very much. So Jack, thank you for being here. And thank you guys all. Thank you, Richard. You've done a wonderful job as a co-host. We're deeply thankful for you.
My pleasure. Good. My pleasure. And I think we should thank everybody who's here.
Yes.
Who have started from the early this morning and stay all the way. I think you have persevered and you've shown us that you meant it. You're learned. And for the rest of the world who are listening in and stay paying attention, I think it's just the pebble has dropped in the water and we're creating a ripple. Hopefully, with all of you carrying your message to your family, to your company, to your organization that you're leading, we can make the changes with this group here, plus everybody in the world. So yes, your perseverance encouraged us, and you taught us a lot. Because it's easy to stand here and speak, but you're sitting there listening. And how do you keep it awake? I don't know. So thank you. Thank you all.
Thank you. Finally, I want to thank all of our at-home audience all over the world, 75 or 80 countries. I'm not even sure because it keeps going up. But thank you so much for joining us. We will continue to do LS360s. We want to do one again next year from either Jakarta, Indonesia, or Manila. We also hope to return here to Singapore to do one and continue to bring the message of transformational leadership, transforming nations. Remember Lee Kuan Yew and George Washington. Transforming companies. Think of Pat Gelsinger, right? Transforming families. Think of you, right? Transformational leader. Thank you very much. God bless you. And feel free to stay as long as you want. Great people in the room. God bless you. Thank you so very much. Good night now.
Thank you, Greg. Thank you so much.
Good. Hey guys, I'm so sorry. I was a little early on the wrap up. Over to our MCs to really wrap it up. I'm so sorry.
You wrap it up.
All right, a heartfelt thanks again to Ambassador Slayton and Mr. Hoon. Ladies and gentlemen, yes, we're doing another final wrap-up. Thanks so much again for being here this entire day for the Leadership Summit 360. Indeed, we've heard many diverse views on the topic, and we want to ask ourselves the questions, right? So what do we therefore do next? And with the homework that was assigned to us...
Test.
And with the homework assigned to us by Ambassador Slayton, this is what we are going to do as a couple.
I love you so much. I love you so much.
Aishitemasu. Right, so remember to do a bit of that. On your way out, do remember to collect a complimentary chicken essence courtesy of Yu Yan Sang. And I think we've also got a QR code for feedback as well. No? Okay. So that's it, guys. Thanks so much for being here, and thanks to our friends online as well. Just give us a minute.
Okay, those of us who are joining in for the next segment, okay, just let me scroll down to where it is. Okay, for those of you joining the Celebrating Families in Singapore and Around the Globe event, our LS360 hospitality team and hostel staff will help guide you. They will meet you at the 5th floor. Right? Okay, so slowly make your way to the lift lobby. Those of us who are joining in the Celebrating Families in Singapore and Around the Globe event.
So once again, thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen. This is Jedediah and my Mrs. Lynette.
Yeah, thank you so much for having us. Have a wonderful rest of the evening, and we will see you next year.
God bless.